Mochi Mochi! Mochi! Mochi Mochi! Is that old man? It's not old man Mochi, it's young man Mochi! Who is definitely not old. It is a Mochi. Hi, how are y'all doing? Hi. Glad to see you here, Pika, and Yubi, and Orville. How's y'all weekend been? How am I doing, Mochi the Monica hater? I don't hate Monica. But she did kinda make Sayuri kill herself, so you know, I'm just saying. Yeah, how are y'all doing? How are y'all doing? Who's ready for some Steins Gate to finish up my 2-week vacation, which ends tonight because I have work tomorrow. But you know, at least this vacation was good for me. I enjoy this vacation. It was a good vacation. Because, you know, got to play Spoon, got to hang out with family and friends, and play Johannen, do some retro achievement stuff, and do some writing. Basically, I got to do a lot of stuff. And now, today, we have Steins Gate. Wait. Abuse Mochi. You're wrong, Orville. You're wrong. Okay. Anyway. Oh wait, nope, that's the wrong scene. That was decidedly the wrong scene. All right. Now, who's ready? Last time, crazy stuff happened. Rintarou's reading Steiner activated again, and he found himself in the middle of World War III, it seems. Everything was different. Until, you know, he saw some familiar faces, and then, inexplicably, he shifted back to a more normal world line, which I still think it's a significantly different world line, though, based on the divergence number. But I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see just how different this seemingly normal world line actually is. All right. Anyway, so now, so you know, after all that happened, okay, so Rintarou finds himself with Amadeus, Kurisu, and Maho and Akihabara doing shopping, I guess. Don't know why they're doing shopping, but I mean, it's Akihabara, so I mean, you know.
Suck.
Thank you, Monokuma. How are you today? Are you enjoying the suck? I hope so. Anyway.
Boo! You stink!
Okay, now Monokuma, now you're just doing all of them. How many points do you have? How many points do you have anyway? Probably a lot. I'm guessing. 3.3k. Oh, that's actually not that much. That's not that much.
It's dog.
Is it though? Is it though? So I'm glad that you played that one. That's a new one. Yeah, see, it is good, isn't it? It is good.
Victory screech!
Oh my gosh.
I can't believe you've done this.
I can't believe you've done this, Monokuma! You're just spending everything now. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I've scarcely started. Okay, you're done now? Okay, okay, say that you will. Say that you are. Anyway, Steins Gate 0 today. This is truly paradise! Maho's eyes went shining like a little girl's. Not many girls would look like that if you brought them to a place like this. I was the one who brought her here, but she seemed to have forgotten about me entirely. She was wandering down the narrow corridors where all the computer parts were, as if in a daze. Then she came to a stop in front of one of them. Inside the shop were lots of little plastic bins filled with junk parts of all sizes. They'd been taken off of discarded PCs and appliances. Each of them was obviously dirty, and lots of them were covered in dust. What's this board, do you think? It's got a beautiful pattern, like a piece of art. It's made out of aluminum. Yeah? What? An IFX 008 image sensor? I can't believe it! This belongs in a museum! What's it doing here? Yeah? Akihabara's even more amazing than I'd heard! Watching the ecstasy on Maho's face creeped me out a little. This is who Maho really is. Kurisu spoke from inside my phone. Maho had said she wanted to go out with Kurisu today. And so I ended up going on a strange date with 2 girls at once. This might be another test of Amadeus' capabilities. I've been here a few times, but I've only ever seen one other person stare lovingly at computer parts like that. I know. You're talking about Hashida, right? Yep. I feel kind of bad for Maho if you're comparing her to him. From what you said, he's an incredible pervert. That's right. That was rude to Hyojo. It was early afternoon on a Sunday. There was a reason I'd come with Maho to the computer parts shop. Dr. Leskinen and Maho were heading back to America in a few days. She was leaving soon, so she wanted me to show her around Akihabara like I'd promised. That's what her message had said. So we met in front of the station in the morning, and I asked her where she wanted to go. This was the result. By the way, our first stop was Yodobashi, and our second, Soft Map. I'd already taken her to a lot of used PC and retro PC shops tucked away in tiny alleys. Do you like these kinds of computer parts, Hyojo? It's not the parts, really. I just like building things. I used to make plastic models all the time when I was a kid. Oh. A kit made for plastic parts put together by following a manual. Yep. Those exist. Did you make germanium radios and stuff? Oh. A radio that uses a germanium diode as a rectifier and requires no power supply. This term could also refer to the kits used to build them. Since they're simple enough for anyone to build, they're a common choice for elementary school summer break projects. I burnt myself soldering all the time. Man, there's so many things! A mixture comprised of mostly of lead and tin that is used to join metal components together. Yep. Me too. I guess everybody's the same way, aren't they? Probably not everybody. Actually, I'd assume that it was a minority of people who soldered in their homes growing up. Wow. I could stare at this stuff forever. Why didn't I come sooner, I wonder? It felt like she was never going to leave unless I dragged her out. I finally managed to succeed in getting her away from the part shop by telling her it was time to eat. We went out to the main road. This area was close to the station, so it was especially crowded. Thanks to the crowds of people waiting to cross the street, you couldn't even walk in a straight line. Now then, where to eat? My first idea was May Queen Yan squared, but after the way she reacted last time, it was probably best to avoid it. Still, Sampo wasn't a good choice for someone new to Akihabara. Gansen? Or maybe Kitchen Jiro? Go-Go Curry would work too. A curry chain based out of Kanazawa, Ishikawa. It has stores all over Japan, but primarily in the northern and eastern parts of the country. It offers Kanazawa curry, which is famous for its thick roux and katsu and cabbage on top. Oh! Cabbage? On curry? Interesting. A restaurant chain found in downtown Tokyo as well as Kansai. It has a popular combo menu that offers a large amount of delicious food. In addition to the restaurants, it also offers a delivery service. As I stood there thinking... Maho stopped moving in front of the arcade directly ahead of us. Evidently, she was looking at the crane games on the first floor. Take a little look inside. I nodded. Maho walked up to the crane game and pressed her face against the glass like a little kid. Inside the glass were characters from @channel memes, all of different sizes. Maybe Maho was a secret @channeler like Kurisu. They were pretty close, so it was possible. I leaned over to Maho and whispered a magic spell into her ear. Nulpo. Old @channel slang. It started on the programming board as a shortening of null pointer, and as of now has no meaning whatsoever. Whenever someone says it, it's tradition for someone else to respond, "Yeah!" Huh? Okay, she's not an @channeler then. I just confused her. What? What's a null? What? Nothing. Forget it. Kurisu was glaring cold daggers at me from inside the smartphone, but I decided to ignore it. Yeah, Joe, do you want that stuffed animal? Yeah, it's cute! Isn't it, Kurisu? Maho! What? Why do you look so flustered? It's nothing. I'm a little surprised, honestly. You just said you like computer parts, so I figured your taste would be more boyish. Okabe, you need to learn some tact! Say something romantic, like the gap between my expectations and your reality is really cute. Sorry. That's fine, really. Actually, Kurisu had one of these stuffed animals in her bedroom. Did she? Oh, Maho! Did she buy it off the internet and have it shipped to America? Does it really matter? Guess you can tell she's a secret @channeler. What's an @channeler? Never heard of it. Nulpo. Busted! Even as part of Amadeus, she hadn't changed a bit. Yeah, Joe. Did Kurisu ever tell you what kind of character this was? No. And several times, and she kept dodging the question. I'm sure. So I always kind of wondered. Do you know Okabe? Well... A chill ran down my spine as I heard the angry voice from the smartphone. I don't actually know. I see. Sheesh. I defended your honor, Kurisu. You better be grateful. Can I give it a try? Maho took her wallet out of her pocket and put a 100 yen coin into the machine. You move this arm back and forth to grab the stuffed animal, right? Have you never done this before? Maho only ever plays racing games. That's right. Maho nodded and pushed the control button, managing to move the arm directly over her target. She smiled, satisfied. It's simple! Now, you just wait for the arm to automatically grab it, right? Oh, well, normally, yeah. The arm went straight for the doll, but the angle was slightly off and it didn't grab it right. Ah! That doesn't make sense! What just happened? She's a little gremlin right now. That's what happened. That's what happens your first time. Maho gave it several more tries, but didn't seem to get the hang of it. She groaned and took her last 300 yen to the back of the arcade. She walked over to a game with a red and white two-tone Formula 1 car on the side of the cabinet. She slid inside, still angry. I remember that one was a CG racing game based off real circuits. Okabe. Okabe! What is it? Now's your chance to show your manliness! My manliness? Get that stuffed animal that Maho couldn't, I mean. Ah, I see. And then give it to Maho is what she was trying to say. Manliness aside, after seeing how badly she wanted it, I did want to try and help her. I took some coins out of my pocket and checked how much money I was carrying. Okay, it's been a while, but let's try this. Honestly, I'm not very good at these games either. Even so, I was sure I could do better than Maho. May as well give it a try. Oh! It's even doing the animation thing! Oh, that's so cool! Nothing. Her expression changed from excited to confused to disappointed. Oh, he got it! Oh. And so, after trying several times, whether it was luck or skill, I managed to get the stuffed animal easier than I expected. Okay. Nice! I stuffed it into a bag and went back to the racing game Maho was playing. For some reason, there was a crowd of about 10 people around it. Wow. Who is that girl? Don't ask me. Is she in elementary school? I can't believe how good she is. She'll set a new record? The crowd was whispering to one another. All of them seemed to be amazed. I made my way into the crowd and looked at the screen. The game Maho was playing was one of those where you had to clear each stage in a set time or else it would be game over. With each race, the course got more and more difficult. And she was placing first every time with ease. As the crowd watched in awe, she finally made it to the end of the last stage, well ahead of the other racers. And she'd set a new record. She had a satisfied smile on her face as she looked at the flashy "Congratulations" graphic on the ending screen. Then she noticed the crowd around her and her body jerked. Congratulations! You set the record for our store! An arcade employee walked over to Maho and started to clap. And the crowd started to clap as well. Maho's face went beet red. I should probably help her. I pushed my way through the crowd and grabbed her hand to pull her up. Let's go. Oh, yeah. I'd never seen her this obedient before. We made our way through the hustle and bustle and finally got out of the arcade. Maho sighed in relief. That was careless of me. What was? I got mad and I got serious. Because of this? I handed her the bag with my prize in it. What? She opened the bag and took out the stuffed animal. You got it?! I got lucky. You can have it as a present. Really? It won't do me any good. Really? Okay, I'll take it then. Maho hugged the doll tight to her chest with the innocent smile of a child. Seeing how happy she was made me happy too. After Kurisu died, her mom showed me a lot of the things she left behind. But this is something that Kurisu really loved. Her mom kept it in her own bedroom. If you didn't know it was from an @channel meme, it was actually pretty cute. I could see you're keeping it as a memory of her daughter. But after what happened to Kurisu's house, I'm sure it burned up too. Maho. So, can I give this to her mom in America? Of course. If you think she'll like it, that's what would be best. Thanks. Okay, what next? Any place else you want to see? I guess you wouldn't be interested in anime or game stores. Kurisu. I'm sorry, but can you leave me alone with Okabe for a little while? Mao, you finally decided to be honest with yourself! Okabe, don't screw this up! Good luck, Maho! Bye! Hyojo? There's one more place I want to go. Yeah? Where is it? Is it some place she didn't want Kurisu knowing about? You can guess where, right? The smile was gone from Maho's face. She wants to go to the radio building, doesn't she? She wants to investigate this. She wants to investigate the scene of Kurisu's death, doesn't she? She looked like she'd come to some kind of decision. And then I realized where she wanted to go. Take me to the radio building. Yep, I was right. The radio building. And she wanted me to take her there. I understood immediately. Because that was where Kurisu Makase had died. I'd gone up to the roof several times since then. The time machine was there, and Suzuha and Daru would go up once in a while to do maintenance. Just a few days ago, Suzuha had called me out there and pointed a gun in my face. But even so, I'd never been to that storeroom on the 8th floor where it had happened. I couldn't bring myself to do it. Just remembering what happened was enough to cause a severe flashback. There's no way I could visit the site of her death. You okay? You look really pale. Are you thinking about Kurisu? Yeah, I guess so. You don't have to come with me if it's gonna be hard for you. I'll go by myself. But her face was colorless. Going there had to be hard on her, too. But even so, she was trying to come to grips with Kurisu's death. I wanted to help her remember her friend. The radio building was going to be renovated. There wasn't a lot of time. No. I'll go with you. Half the shops had already been moved to another building to make way for the renovation. But many of the shops on the 7th floor were still open. Six months ago, on July 28th, I killed Kurisu on the floor just above where I was standing. With my own hands. Is this the place? No. It happened on the next floor. That's what I was told. I wasn't supposed to have been at the scene of Kurisu's death. I'd already asked Mayuri and Daru not to tell anyone. What's upstairs? An event hall and some storerooms and stuff. Can we go up there? It should be off limits right now. But the rope that always blocked off the way to the 8th floor wasn't there today. I could hear loud voices and laughter from above. Since it was a day off, there must have been some kind of event going on upstairs. Looks like it's okay. Maho headed up the stairs first. I slowly dragged myself up the stairs. We passed by the event hall and into the back. It looked like there was no one around. Nothing had changed in 6 months. This is it. There were no lights on, and the place seemed dark and lonely. This time, the storeroom was locked. I see. So it was a place like this. I could see her lips trembling as she whispered. It seems strange. This is the place where Kurisu had died, covered in blood, and yet nearby, the rest of the world continued on like it didn't care. And now I'd come back, even though this was where the one I loved had died. It's frustrating. I'm not a physicist, so I don't know all there is to know about relativity theory, but if space and time are essentially the same thing, then why can't we move through time as easily as we can move through space? Spatially, we're on the same axis as Kurisu's death. That tiny little gap on the temporal axis means there's nothing we can do about it. You asked Kurisu, Amadeus Kurisu, an interesting question before. Holy! Hi, Vanity! Long time no see! How have you been? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you up to? What the heck? Oh, you're playing Nancy Drew. I see. How is that going for you? Yeah, we're going through Steins Gate 0 right now, and yeah, spoilers for the original Steins Gate if y'all haven't played it or watched the anime or what have you. Lots of fun. Thank you, Steins Gate. Steins Gate's awesome. It's great. I love it. A lot of interesting things happened in the last part. When I last streamed it, it was I don't want to spoil it for people, but oh man, let's just say a lot of things changed, but then kind of sort of changed back. And now I don't know what's going on. El Sai Kongru. You're so right, Golden Panther. You're so right. You're so right. You're so right. But thank you for the raid, Vanity. I hope you now have a good opportunity to de-stream. If you do need to de-stream, I completely understand. Like you need to take care of yourself. I can only imagine how much time you spent streaming earlier today. But wow, it's been so long, Vanity. I hope you're doing well. It's been so long. All right, back to the cartoon, as I like to say all the time. You asked Kurisu, I mean the Amadeus Kurisu, an interesting question before. Whether it was possible to create a time machine. Yeah. I'd love it if you could look into it. I'd volunteer for the first man test. I couldn't tell from the tone of her voice if she was serious or joking. She laughed, sadly. Time machines are real, you know, and there's one right above us. What would she do if I told her that? Would she blame me for giving up on saving Kurisu and say that she'd go back to the past herself? Okabe, can you tell me about how Kurisu died? I don't know the details. I don't really know myself. Didn't I tell you that before? But you know more than I do, right? I was in America. What was Kurisu doing in a place like this? On the day she died, there was an event going on like the one happening now, right? You could hear the occasional sounds of laughter coming from the event hall. Dr. Nakabachi. It made the news last summer. I heard that he sought asylum in Russia and he wrote a paper on time machines. Supposedly, the paper itself was terrible. But that made me remember something. Those guys who set fire to Kurisu's house in America were speaking Russian. Is that a coincidence, you think? I think the two events are connected somehow. So I decided to look into Dr. Nakabachi. Strangely, there's barely any information on him. If you look online, you won't even find his real name. Most blogs and websites that talked about Dr. Nakabachi are gone now, and all of them disappeared in the last 6 months. Tell me, what the hell was Kurisu caught up in? Is it perhaps still going on? Are you hiding something? Her eyes were pure and sought the truth. Kurisu used to get that exact same look in her eyes all the time. But you shouldn't get involved out of curiosity. I'm done with all this. It's too late. I'm already involved. And I've been wondering if the reason we were attacked before wasn't because of me. Because of you? Is there a reason someone would come after you? And then she paused for a moment. I have some of Kurisu's belongings. Belongings? Some of Kurisu's belongings? What does she mean? Maho had said that after Kurisu died, she'd gone to her home in America and received some of her belongings from her mom. Is one of those her laptop? Is she the person contacting Daru to try to crack the encryption of her hard drive? She's saying now that the attack was because of that? My mind began to race. Russia. Where Dr. Nakabachi had sought asylum. The people who attacked Kurisu's home spoke Russian. Just a few days ago, the Russians, probably, had experimented with changing the past. Suzuha had said that World War III would be set off by the time machine. The time machine. Nakabachi's paper? The paper he'd written about Time Machine. The cause of the Third World War. A miraculous, nightmarish paper, which would cause the deaths of 5.7 billion people. The Time Machine he discussed at his press conference was a ripoff of John Titor's. But the one in his paper was different. I'd never managed to read it, though. But my guess was that Kurisu had showed him the original that she'd written on July 28th, and his paper was an inferior copy. Kurisu had written down instructions for making a time machine. I shuddered. I quickly booted up the Rhine program on my smartphone. Paced through my chat logs. That hard drive and that laptop contained the data for the original version of Nakabachi's paper. Maybe Kurisu's paper. Kurisu's laptop and hard drive, which were given to Daru. It's the person who gave them to him. I looked at Maho. She looked back at me without smiling. And she nodded. Yeah, it was me. From Maho's perspective, there were too many things about Kurisu's death that didn't make sense. Maybe that was why she decided to look into why Kurisu was killed. Of course, she'd assumed there were hints hidden inside her laptop and hard drive. But if my hypothesis was right, that laptop was too dangerous to be allowed to exist. It was Pandora's box, with the power to unleash the Third World War. Pandora's box, a box given to mankind by the gods in Greek mythology. We were told never to open it, but a girl named Pandora let her curiosity get the best of her and opened it anyway. The box was filled with disasters, all of which were unleashed upon the world. It said the one thing that remained in the box was hope. Like the black box in Kingdom Hearts! Why didn't you tell me? At first, I didn't know that you and Hashida were friends. It was really just a coincidence that I gave it to him. And it seemed to me like you were hiding something about Kurisu. Do you really think I'd tell you everything? It wasn't that I didn't trust you, but I thought it would be best to be cautious when it came to Kurisu. Yeah, you were right about that. Was letting me test Amadeus part of your plot? Don't call it a plot. You were Kurisu's friend, and I just wanted to know more about you. To find Kurisu's secrets? I wanted to know more about her! She glared right back as if challenging me. Has Daru cracked it yet? Not yet. That's why I wanted to talk to you before I headed back to America. So that's why she'd brought me here. I need to call Daru right now. It quick saved! You know what that means. I mean, yes, fish, but... The game is giving me a choice now. Rintarou is saying that he needs to call Daru right now. But I can pull up the phone whenever. I don't have to, actually. I don't actually have to call him. So, what do I do here, I wonder? I need to call Daru right now. phone Orion. Which was better? Yes, hello? Okay, never mind, it's not letting me. They just did it for me. You're at the lab now? No. Then where are you? At home, fapping to H games. What's up? Oh my god, Dadu. I want to talk to you about your part-time job. Oh, that. Your return for meeting for Sonic and Steins Gate. Let's go, Pika! Let's go, Pika! You didn't miss too much. Maho and Rintarou are at the radio building now. Yes, on the phone while fapping, Dadu, what the My gosh. Yeah, I don't know why he is so forward as to, like, just admit that so openly. Like, that man has no shame at all. Oh yeah, but anyway, so they're at the radio building right now. Maho wanted to go sort of, like, see more, like, the scene of Kurisu's death. And then they got to talking about, like, the circumstances, behind her death, as well as, like, the fact that the arsonists for Kurisu's house were speaking in Russian, and Maho thought, okay, you know what, maybe, so, I wonder if the things are connected somehow. And then she wondered, like, whether or not she wanted, or whether or not, like, the reason why they were attacked the other day was because of her. According to Honoka, Dadu would make a great idol, considering they have to throw their shame. Oh my god, Pika. Do I want to imagine Dadu as an idol? Also, I never thought I would see... Also, I never would think that Honoka and Dadu would be used in the same sentence like that. I don't know if that's right. But anyway, so she thinks that the reason why they were attacked was because she has some of Kurisu's belongings. And then Rintarou put the pieces together, thinking, oh wait, these belongings, did they include Kurisu's laptop? The same one that was given to Dadu to crack. And if that's the reason, could it be that that hard drive contains Kurisu's original time machine paper? The one that, if it got out, would set off World War III. And now... I was getting a quick save point earlier, and I thought that maybe you would just be prompting me to be like... to just call or not. I thought I could just get away with by not calling, but apparently he called him anyway. So now we're on the phone, and besides that, now that Dadu was jorking it, now we're asking him about his job. Anyway, you remember any info on Makise? Yeah. Of course that was a lie. He could be in danger if I didn't get that laptop back right now. I glanced over at Maho. Can you send it over Ryan then? Let's talk in person. Can you meet me at the lab? I'm all tied up right now. Can I wait till evening? You can play your H games later, man. My bad. I lied about the H games. I'm actually busy at my job. Now, often used as part of the phrase, lol lol lol, my bad, lol 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 lol. While theoretically an apology, it is more often used to provoke or annoy someone. Not really! It's just a casual way of saying sorry. Your job? Well, I was lying to him too, so I didn't really have room to talk. Okay. Where are you really? If you can't leave, I'll come to you. I just need to talk to you right now. I really don't want to tell you. I do a lot of dangerous work. Well, whatever. Fine. Come to the address I'm about to give you. The location he gave me was still in Akihabara. It was less than 5 minutes away. Down an alley, a few turns off the main strip, all the hustle and bustle of the crowd completely disappeared. We were on the 7th floor of an old mixed-use building. We were in Akihabara at the center of Tokyo, in the middle of the day on Sunday, and still the alleyway we'd come in seemed lonely and abandoned. There, we found the shop Daru had told us about. Cosplay media at something something. So this is a cosplayer shop? There's a cute anime-style sign on the steel door that read Cosplay Media at Akihabara. We're open. Come on in. Okay, I'm out shopping with Luca. Wanna come join us, Okabe? Where are you? Right now? We're in Ikebukuro. I'm in Akihabara. I see. Too bad. Head straight home when you're done shopping. Why? Because I said so. I've got a bad feeling. Premonition? Oh, what happened? Oh, no, I mean the weather. I think it might rain. The skies here are clear. Not a cloud in the sky. It's just my intuition. Anyway, just head straight home after you're done shopping. Okay, got it. Understood. The store was jammed full of cosplay outfits. The wall near the entrance held the new arrivals corner and popular cosplay sections, as well as cosplay wigs, ribbons, jewelry, and props. The other wall held the used outfit section, and a shoe section stocked with socks, school shoes, heels, and boots. Even further back, I could see rows of school swimsuits and competition swimming outfits. It looked like the place sold mainly to girls, but this clearly wasn't a location where women would feel comfortable. The other tenants in the building were all shady shops with names like Drops of the Spirit God Incorporated, Space Radio Receiver Sales, and Flower Petal Video Project. You ever been here before? No. Last time we met, it was in a different building. Wasn't much better than this one, though. Let's see. I felt like I'd seen Daru's dark side. The shop was completely silent. There were no customers other than us. There was a thin man with long hair at the counter who looked like he worked there, but he didn't even raise his head up from his magazine when we came in. To be honest, ever since I'd entered, I'd worried that someone would think I was up to something illegal. Anybody who saw me would think I was a pervert taking a middle school girl to a shady cosplay shop. Hey, Ugarine! Over here! Daru appeared from the back of the shop. There had been no sign of him a second ago. Wait, Mahotan's with you too, huh? Would you stop calling me Mahotan? Yeah, she's not actually a preschooler. Why? It's cute. I feel like I'm being insulted. Forget that. Where'd you come from, Daru? The man at the counter hadn't said anything, which meant they knew he was here. Come with me. Daru headed to the back of the store. One of the rows of hanger racks holding idol cosplay outfits was pulled forward, and behind it I could see a curtain. Idol cosplay? School idol project? Past the curtain was a tiny space that led to a door marked staff only. If the hanger rack hadn't been moved, I'd have no idea this was here. It's like an old ninja mansion. Behind the door was a cramped office. Well, no, the room itself may have been pretty big, but the darkness made it feel very cramped. It was honestly hard to breathe. There were 4 desks in the center, surrounded by metal racks. The desk and floor were piled high with all manner of computers and peripherals. There were boxes and bags littered everywhere. I couldn't tell if they were trash or not. There were towers of magazines, games, plastic models, and figure boxes. And the desk was covered in garbage just like the one at the lab. It was too dark to tell, but I was sure the figures he had on display were covered in dust. And what did he need 6 monitors for anyway? Each of them displayed an image of the store. Evidently, it was footage from a security camera. Given the size of the store and the lack of customers, even 3 cameras would have been too many. Well, sit down, I guess. There's no place to sit down. Show me the book of what? Even on Nakade outfits? Yeah! Yeah! Give Pika what he needs! I'll make you a space. Daru kicked aside the boxes on the floor to make room, then set down 2 folding chairs. What's the deal with you in the shop? I'm kind of like the leader of us part-timers. I work for a lot of underground places like this. And so sometimes they let me use their offices like this. For your secret job? Yep. Maybe there was a lot more to Daru than I thought. Is all the stuff in here yours? Nope. Share with the rest of the part-timers. I don't have enough money to buy all this stuff. Or so he said, but who knew if that was true? Hmm? It's from Kurisu. Alright, well, you know what that means. Do I answer? Maho looked troubled. I didn't want Kurisu hearing this either. Do I answer? I didn't know what to do. And then I remembered. The world line where I'd spent a month during wartime. I remember that the Amadeus Kurisu was being used by the US military there. I still didn't know what that meant. I stared at my phone's screen. Should I answer it? Or should I talk to Daru first? Alright! What do? What do, y'all? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Do we just let it go through? You'd answer it? Okay. All right. Here we go. I'll answer it. What is it? Things were a little wonky when we didn't answer last time. True. Fair. You're still with Maho, right? Yeah, we're together. Why? What's up? I just heard from Dr. Leskinen. The office in Wako City's been ransacked by someone. What? And he just got a call from Maho's hotel. Someone raided it too. What did you say? You should hear from Dr. Leskinen soon, but I wanted to tell you ASAP. Thanks, Kurisu. Dado and I are looking out for Hyajo, so don't worry. That's right. I'm counting on you guys. Bye. Yeah, that was a good call. Yeah, good job, Pika. Thank you. Maho looked down and bit her lip. This is what I was afraid. This is what I was afraid would happen. They're after Kurisu's laptop and hard drive. Seriously? Should probably move. I think this place is safe, though. Got a bad feeling. Intuition, you could call it. Got it. Oh, and where's the laptop and hard drive? Dado sighed and grabbed a locked, fire-resistant case off one of the racks. He opened it. Is that where he hid it? The laptop was a deep red Japanese model with a 12-inch LCD screen. The hard drive was American, from a brand known for equipping its drives with a shock-resistant rubber case. I mean, that wouldn't really protect the magnetic discs inside, but you know. Let's take it and get out of here. Both Maho and Dado nodded silently. As soon as we left the building, I could see a car coming down the empty alleyway. It was a big American RV. We quickly hid ourselves in the shadow of another building. My intuition was right. The RV stopped in front of the building we'd just left. 3 men came out. None of them were Japanese. They were all dressed in black suits, almost like MIBs. Men in Black, an American urban legend. It is said that they are secret government agents who appear without warning before UFO witnesses or researchers to put a stop to their activities. It is not known whether any such secret agency actually exists. The name comes from the fact that they dress in all black and wear black sunglasses. A movie of the same name, based loosely on the urban legend, helped popularize the idea. You know, the one that starred Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith. Whatever they weren't Akihabara tourists. That was close. Maho went pale when she saw the men go into the building. She seemed to be shaking a little too. This is like a movie. I can't believe it's real. How they found out about that place, though? Probably because Nintendo called you over the phone without asking me first. This wouldn't have happened if he didn't call you. But also, it's very possible then that we wouldn't know about the ransacking either, at least like right away. So, I don't know. You did not know that was an urban legend first. Yeah, apparently. Sure you didn't screw up somehow, Dado? Who do you think I am? A super hacker, right? Hacker! Right. I make sure I don't get caught. Either that or Hyajo and I were tailed. Don't scare me. They raided your office and hotel room in Wako City. I'm sure they've been watching this whole time. Right. Maho seemed to suddenly remember something. She took out her smartphone and made a call. I need to contact the professor. You should tell him to hide somewhere for today. If we meet up with him, it could put him in danger. Maho nodded. Alright, now from Maho's perspective. Rintarou took Maho to Ferris Nyanyan's home. Oh yeah, this is Ferris's home. Yeah, look at this. It was on the top floor of a high-rise building in the center of Akihabara. If nothing else, it was sure to be more secure than the ancient building they'd just been in. Ferris welcomed the two of them, offering them food and a place to sleep. Dado returned alone to the Future Gadget Lab to meet up with Suzuha. The mere existence of this laptop could bring disaster. We should get rid of it. Once they'd both calmed down, she started to talk to him about what they were going to do with Kurisu's computer. He didn't budge an inch. Usually he was an introvert who never pushed too hard for anything, but this time he was extremely stubborn. Of course, so was Maho. I at least want to crack the password and see what's inside. Right now, we can't do that, but there's no time for that. We should get rid of it now. The best thing would be to destroy it. Destroy it? But this is something Kurisu left us, you know? I thought you were a little more logical than this. I didn't think you were this cold. Maho's words made him flinch. Something bad had happened to him. That's how it seemed to her. And it was easy to assume that it had something to do with Kurisu. So she decided to ask him what she hadn't gotten to earlier during the fuss this afternoon. You seem like you're hiding something about what happened to Kurisu. What I know doesn't matter. Maho could tell he wasn't going to share. If they hadn't been interrupted this afternoon, would he have told her? Anyway, what should we do with the computer? That computer isn't just something an old friend used to own anymore. It's at the center of an international power struggle. What kind of crazy conspiracy theory is this? You still think it's a conspiracy theory after what happened today? You saw those foreigners in black suits, didn't you? Your office and your hotel room were ransacked. Someone set fire to Kurisu's house. And then after that, your lab was visited by mysterious men claiming to be from the FBI. Calm and cold doesn't make any sense when their lives are quite obviously in danger. I guess that is true, yes. But I don't know if she knows that the I don't know if she knows that the laptop could contain Kurisu's time machine paper, and 2, that the paper would lead to World War III. Like, for her, like, from her perspective, it's still very much, like, nebulous, like, what even on that what even could be, that laptop could be, like, so paramount, you know? Because she's not, I mean, she was never aware of, like, I mean, she doesn't have as, she's not as sensitive to world lines changing as Rintarou and Fubuki are. So she definitely didn't know anything about what happened during the Alpha world line. So yeah, it's a little bit of arbitrary skepticism from her part, but at the same time, it does kind of make sense. And the attack at the hotel might have had something to do with this too. All these impossible events keep happening one after another. It's not a coincidence. Still, an international power struggle? The whole thing just seemed like too much of a stretch for her. Trying to connect every single event was a trap that conspiracy theorists often fell into. But, in fact, most things that happened didn't really mean anything. When she began to tell him that, what he said next surprised her. John Titor's prophecy is going to come true now. John Titor? Maho had never heard that name before. A time traveler from the year 2036, who appeared on American message boards 10 years ago. I know for a fact that he's real. I've met him myself. John Titor says World War III will occur in 2015. The cause will be a time machine. Are you making fun of me? I am being very serious. You wanted to know about Dr. Nakabachi, right? He's Kurisu's father. It's possible that Kurisu may have been involved in the paper he wrote. What did you say? Maho had read Dr. Nakabachi's paper out of curiosity. Last summer, he'd probably announced his paper on time travel to the entire world just before fleeing to Russia. The paper itself, however, was so poorly written that it was of no value whatsoever. She couldn't believe that Kurisu might have been involved in writing it. But what if his version was an inferior copy of an original that Kurisu wrote herself? What's inside Kurisu's computer doesn't actually matter right now. What matters is that there are people who want it. Give me a second! I need to process all of this! Could what Rintarou was saying be true? She took a moment to think. Normally, she wouldn't give something like this a second thought. But what had been happening around her lately just wasn't normal. She couldn't outright deny it. Besides, she was nursing a conspiracy theory of her own. I also thought that someone might be after this computer. But what you're saying is just so different than what I expected. What did you expect? I thought it might be about using Amadeus for military purposes. There, I suppose that's true, although you'd still think a scientist would be smart enough to consider any recently required assets as the reason to be hunted. Possibly, yes. Especially if they're like a bunch of like different events. You know, like different similar events in different places happening. Specifically targeting her. But I do think she caught on to that. That's how like she got the I mean, that is basically like how she came to the conclusion that it was probably because of like Kurisu's position, like the fact that she had Kurisu's possessions as being a reason that she possibly is being targeted. 3 more like Glee. My gosh, Cosmetica. How are you doing? Crazy stuff is happening in Steins Gate, and I love it. Military purposes. Kurisu spent a lot of time at the psychophysiology lab. She said sometimes she'd be visited by people who looked like they didn't belong there at all. Okay, psychophysiology lab. One of the labs at Victor Condria University. While the Brain Science Institute attempts to understand the processes behind thought and memory by examining the systems used by the brain itself, the psychopsychology lab's goals are more medical in nature. They develop new medical treatments by researching the biological and physical effects caused by the mind's workings. The lab's research covers a wide range of areas including perception, recognition, reflexes, learning, sleep, alcohol addiction, and schizophrenia. You are cosmetic. Oh no! No way! Pull the other one! I can't believe it! She said she thought they were from the Department of Defense. Alright, Department of Defense. The United States Department of Defense. It's also known as the Pentagon due to the shape of the building it's located in. It's America's most high-level defense agency, responsible for controlling the Army, Navy, and Air Force. And no, it is not called the Department of War. Why do you ask? Took a break from skin ranking today, but you'll be back to work on it soon. You reached 100 out of 548 skins recorded, too. Okay, that's progress. A little bit less than 20% of the way there, but you're getting there. Can Amadeus kill someone? How? Well, for example, you could take the memories of a veteran pilot and copy them and use them to control drones. And remember what I said about medical applications? You mean copying memory data back to the brain? Yeah. If you could alter memory data and then send it back to the brain, you could make soldiers who didn't feel fear, or who could carry out any kind of unethical mission without hesitation. Basically brainwashing. My thought was that Kurisu had found proof that they were running experiments like that. Hey, the US military aren't involved in researching Amadeus, are they? Of course not. Are you sure? You're just a scientist. You're not the head of the project. Dr. Leskinen wouldn't let the military get involved either. You're right. All that happened in another world line. World line? What are you talking about? No, forget it. I'm overthinking things. He hadn't seemed like he'd really meant that. And that really bothered her. She wanted to hear more about John Titor, but he didn't tell her anything else. Since she couldn't crack the security on Kurisu's laptop and hard drive, it did Maho no good to carry them. And just like Nintendo said, those attackers scared her. So she decided she had no choice but to give them to him. He didn't tell her whether he was going to destroy them or not. Maho! I'm so glad you're safe! When she arrived at their office in Wako City, Dr. Leskinen was already there. He came over and gave her a big hug. Professor, you're hurting me! Oh, sorry. Something you've learned is that whenever you're doing a gen, you pause the recording and I'll save storage. Yep, because you're not recording garbage video. They're just gonna cut out. All blonde guys in business suits are evil masterminds. He's a scientist! So, I mean, I guess he could be a mad scientist. I don't know. But he doesn't look, he does. If he is, he's very good at hiding it. She had heard that the office had been ransacked, but whatever had happened had already been cleaned up. Did you clean up, Professor? It was ransacked, but only your and my things were here, so there wasn't a lot to begin with. Counterpoint, supersonic in a suit. Just like Moji, hiding behind this adorable Moji PNG. What are you talking about? Are you calling me a mad scientist? I've left the rest in the hands of the police. 2 days had passed since the office had been ransacked. Maho had spent both of them at Ferris's home, and only today had she gotten in touch with Dr. Leskinen and gone to Wako City to get her things. They were both going back tomorrow, just as planned. That meant they were saying goodbye to this office. Still haven't caught the guy who did it, right? Speaking of, time for Sonic and Shadow Jorick to fight the final hazard. Let's go! Yeah! Let's get them to Jorick it! Like Dadu, apparently. Yeah. It's been one thing after another since we came to Japan, hasn't it? It sure has. The two of them looked around the empty office. It had been a busy 2 months. So what did you think, Maho? Japan's your other homeland, right? What did you make of it? I can't wait to get back and start on my research. I feel like I've been doing nothing but putting reports together for the past 2 months. You're so serious, Maho. I'm glad I was able to experience the place where Kurisu spent her last days. Maho. But she still hadn't figured out why Kurisu had died. Actually, she had even more questions now. It bothered her to go home with so many questions left unanswered. If only Rintarou had told her everything he knew. Come to think of it, the thought suddenly occurred to Maho. What are we doing with Amadeus' tester? Of course, she'd meant Rintarou Okabe. If both Maho and Leskinen were heading back to America, that meant that his time as a tester was over. That's right. For some reason, the professor was taking a moment to think it over. She wondered what there was to think about. Why not have him continue being our tester? Huh? Are you serious? It's a fact that speaking with Rintarou has caused Kurisu to react in new ways, correct? And I'm planning on adding additional testers in the future, not just him. Is that safe from a security standpoint? Japan and America are too far apart. If something happens, we won't be able to deal with it. It'll be fine. I believe in Rintarou. It's not about whether you believe in him or not. If he stays on as a tester, you'll still be able to talk to him, you know. What? I don't have anything to do with this! You sure about that? Wait, hold on. Oh yeah! You'll still be able to talk to him. I'm sure! Then I'll take over dealing with Rintarou. That doesn't bother me. Still seemed like he wasn't telling her something, but she was too embarrassed to question him further. It surprised her, though, that he was so focused on Rintarou. He seemed to have taken a real liking to him ever since they had first met. Did he simply like the guy, or was it because he was Kurisu's friend? Or was it something else? She didn't know. The next day, Maho and Dr. Leskinen returned to America via Narita Airport, just like they'd planned. Rintarou had come to see them off, and he was very surprised when Dr. Leskinen had told him he could continue being a tester. Also, by the way, Narita Airport, really cool. I've been there a few times. And then half a year passed. Half a year?! Gehenna's stigma. Oh boy. I don't like the sound of that. Alright. Alright. Victor Condry University's grounds were dead quiet. It was after 11 p.m. Some of the labs worked all night and into the morning, so the place wasn't completely abandoned. But compared to daytime, it was quiet. Why are the exit signs on the floor? I don't know if there are, like, any places in the US that have the exit signs close to the floor, but I don't know. What do I know? 6, 7, gosh dang it, Monokuma! It's 6-3, not 6-7. The lights in the halls were off, and it was a little scary walking down them alone. Maho lived in the researcher's apartments next to the lab. She'd been thinking about so many things that night, her head felt like it was going to explode. Then she looked out the window and realized that the lights were still on in the brain science lab. Dr. Leskinen must have been working late. She decided to put some coffee in a thermos and take it to him. Why am I doing so much research about time machines anyway? Ever since she'd come back from Japan in January, she'd spent all her free time on it. Even she had to admit she was getting obsessed. Of course, since this wasn't something she could research in public, and since she couldn't let it interfere with her real job, she had to do all of it in her own room at night. I must destroy all the evil the professor has created. Oh my gosh. As a result, she was staying up late battling with physics textbooks, an unfamiliar subject for her. Exhaustion and lack of sleep were starting to get to her. The whole idea of a time machine was stupid. She still thought so, but she was surprised at how desperate she was getting. This is all because of Okabe. What Okabe had said to her in Japan still stuck with her. It's possible that Kurisu may have been involved in the paper he wrote. The bio lizard has once again lost its butt plug. Let's go, Pika! Nice! Let's go! Rintarou could have been lying, or wrong, or simply delusional. Part of her wanted to believe it was real. Of course, from what she'd seen of Dr. Nakabachi's papers, she didn't want to believe Kurisu was involved. It was just that bad. But... what if his version was an inferior copy of an original that Kurisu wrote? If she could have written it off as a slim possibility, everything would have been so much easier. But it was just like her, she thought, to be unable to do that. I want to find what Kurisu found. That desire is what drove her to action. But the more research she did, the harder it seemed. It was so hard she was starting to lose faith in what she wanted to believe. Her usual complex started weighing down on her. I can't be you after all. Kurisu was her dear friend, but at the same time, she was starting to feel jealous, frustrated, and hateful. When all those feelings started going around in her mind, there was no way she could focus on work. It was time to chat with Dr. Leskinen for a little, and then go to sleep. She headed over to the lab. Professor? Hey, Maho. Dr. Leskinen seemed surprised at her sudden visit, but he stood up from his chair and welcomed her. What brings you here at this hour? It's time for kids to be in bed. I'll say those exact same words to you. You got that right. Dr. Leskinen laughed innocently, like a child at her cutting remark. I could see the light on from my room. Here. The cup on Dr. Leskinen's desk was empty. She poured him some coffee from the thermos. It wasn't the sticky sweet cafe au lait that she liked. She made it straight black to match the professor's tastes. The room was filled with steam and a pleasant smell. This surprised Maho. Maho bringing me coffee? I'm not that bad, am I? But I thought you hated this sort of thing. As I recall, it was the first day you came to this lab. Mary was passing out morning coffee to everyone, and you refused. Do you remember what you said then? Did you come to work to make coffee? If you got time to make coffee, why not get started on your work? I was in awe, I remember. This new kid was really something. That was such a long time ago. You don't need to bring that up now. Maho's cheeks swelled in embarrassment. Back then I was... well, everybody called me the girl genius, and I kind of let it go to my head. I know better now. Mary was another scientist at the lab. After Maho had apologized, they had gone on to be friends. So mean, Professor. I'm never making you coffee again, okay? Just as she was thinking of taking the coffee she'd poured back. That's right, Professor. Don't be so mean to Maho. She heard a voice from Dr. Leskinen's computer. Oh, Kurisu? Yes, it's me. I was just examining her program. She moved around to where she could see the monitor, and sure enough, the Kurisu CG model was displayed on it. Good evening, Maho. Sorry to see you working so late. Maho chuckled to herself. Kurisu was just a program running on a computer, but she still couldn't stop herself from saying things like that. For all the time they spent together, Kurisu was no different than a human to her. I'm not being mean to Maho. I was actually quite impressed with what she said to Mary. I thought that she was very logical, very cool-headed, and very entertaining. That's why I made her my assistant. Of course, I don't mind the new, nicer version of you. Dr. Leskinen gave her a wink as he reached for his coffee cup. Thanks. I'll have some. As he drank his coffee, he grabbed the corners of his eyelids and gave them a little massage. He was acting cheerful, but evidently he was really tired. So what were you doing with the program? Oh, you know, for the paper I'm writing. The mechanism Amadeus uses to lie? If we could figure out this part of the program, we could learn more about how humans lie, you know? Women's lies sometimes hide important secrets. I can't say I approve of you trying to discover them. Kurisu's expression was deadly serious. I'm not trying to discover your secrets. I just want to know the thought process involved in telling a lie. Well, that's fine. If I have to reveal something, I'll start by revealing Maho's sweet secrets. Hey, don't be weird! And what are my sweet secrets anyway? Oh, I couldn't say. She played dumb. Sometimes Kurisu liked to joke around. It was infuriating and at the same time kind of cute. For example, do you think I don't know about the stuffed animal that he got you at the arcade? Right, it was her idea. Huh? The first thing she thought of when she heard the word arcade was what happened back in Akihabara, Japan. Tried so many times to get the stuffed animal and failed each time. Rintarou had won it easily and given it to her. What about it? You got it on your bed, don't you? What are you talking about? That's a present for your mom. Then what's it doing on your bed? Cause your mom says she's looking for a new house and she's living in an apartment right now. I don't want to give her more stuff to haul around. Really? Really? Anyway, a stuffed animal is an important reminder of you. What's wrong with snuggling with it as asleep? Oh, so it is on your bed after all. And you snuggle it with it when you sleep? That's so cute. Tell me more details, please. Ugh. That stupid computer program had tricked her. By the time she realized it was already too late. Both Kurisu and Dr. Leskinen, who'd been listening the whole time, were smiling at her. Congrats, Maho. You played yourself. You're so right, Pika. She glared at them, her cheeks flushed. Looks like Kurisu won this round, huh? It doesn't matter who won or lost. I'm going to bed. Good night. She turned to leave Dr. Leskinen's office, fuming. But before she could leave, Kurisu got in one final parting shot. Maho, you haven't talked to Okabe for a whole week. Wait, they've been in contact? If you keep putting off talking to him because you're busy, you're going to regret it later, okay? Listen. Are you really that insistent on getting me and Okabe together? Maho stormed over to the monitor, but Kurisu seemed unconcerned. Do you ever think about seeing him in person again? Nope. I see. That's a shame. For some reason, Dr. Leskinen shook his head sadly. I've got another joint project coming up in Japan, and I was thinking of getting in touch with Rintarou while I was there. I was wondering whether I should invite you. I guess not. She'd heard nothing about this. Most of the time, whenever the professor had a project coming up, she'd hear about it through the school's network ahead of time. going back to Japan? Yeah. She had to stop herself from immediately saying that she wanted to go too. Going temporarily deaf to finish MD. Okay, you know what? Yeah. Understandable. If she did, Dr. Leskinen and Kurisu would make fun of her again. But she didn't want to miss this chance. Oh, Muse Dash. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, you're right. I don't know why I didn't think Muse Dash. I thought for some reason it was SAT related. Why did I think that? There was still a lot she needed to do in Japan. More than anything, she wanted to talk to Rintarou in person. About the time machine and about Kurisu. It definitely was not because she just liked talking to him. Please take me there too. In the end, she gave in. Oh, excuse me, Muse Dash. Okay, yeah, that's even better. Yeah. That's correct, Pika. At least in my dreams. Yep. Indeed. Oh, you finally become honest about your feelings. Let's go with a plan to tell him how much you love him. Come on, guys. Maho is starting to get tired of dealing with them. Well, joking aside, I'm honestly not sure if I can take you or not. What do you mean? A lot happened to you in Japan, right? The brain science lab is very concerned. But that's not... And then there's what happened to Kurisu. The directors don't want to lose any more talented personnel. I'll be fine. I was fine last time, wasn't I? In other words, you want to go to Japan and see Rintarou that badly, huh? Do I need to go talk to HR about sexual harassment? Oh, please don't do that. Why not seriously consider dating him? It's possible he'll be coming here in the future, right? You try to get your hooks into him while you can. Stop sounding like a nosy ant. Alright, Maho, I understand. I'll talk to the directors, but just know that I can't guarantee anything. Right. Thanks. I'm pretty serious, actually. Are you still saying that? It really felt like she was talking to Kurisu. The feeling was much stronger than when they first started at Amadeus. And that reminded her of something she'd almost done many times, but stopped. Why not tell Kurisu about the time machine? She didn't know if Kurisu had completed the time machine theory before her death. But if she had, some clues to it might be hidden in Kurisu's memories. Of course, she couldn't ask her in front of Dr. Leskinen, and she couldn't let others hear that she was making a time machine. If the rest of the lab found out, they'd make fun of her for sure. It wasn't even her field of research to begin with. Okay, Professor. I'm going back to my room. Maho took her thermos and was about to leave the lab. Oh, wait a second. You haven't updated Maho's memory data at all lately, have you? That may not be a good idea for her to do that, considering what she knows. Old notes continue to be your biggest nemesis? Oh boy. Even when, like, are you sharing your screen right now? Is it still doing that? Okay, well, if you're doing it, you're not doing it in the crew server. Man. I don't know, I guess maybe Musash just hates you. It's just a you thing? Gotcha. The Amadeus Maho. Oh, last time was before we went to Japan, wasn't it? Okay, that's in every rhythm. Okay, you know what? Fair. Yeah. About that. Maho didn't know what to say. He was right. Well, I had a lot of scary experiences in Japan. I mean, I think that maybe we shouldn't give Amadeus bad memories. I understand how you feel, but I can't do a comparison trial like this. A comparison trial involved loading memories from both before and after a given experience into Amadeus, and seeing how it changed. These trials allowed them to see what effects experiences and knowledge had on the brain, but after Kurisu's passing, they became solely Maho's responsibility. Right now, the real you and the Amadeus you have such different memories that you're almost different people. Yes, that's true. You'll have to call so you can finish the seed without the stutter. Okay. Well, that's good. At this rate, I'm gonna have to take you off the project and ask someone else to do it. That's... Her expression darkened. Stop talking to Kurisu all the time and give yourself some attention. I'm sure she's lonely. You think it's a good idea to do that specifically because of what happened? Yeah, definitely. Like, it's really hard to play rhythm games if, you know, if the rhythm lies to you, you know? Make sure you update your memories tomorrow. Understood? Understood. Maho nodded her head and left the room. The reason she'd given Dr. Lessenden for not updating Maho's memories was a real concern, but there was also another one. Rintarou's words. Hey, the US military aren't involved in researching Amadeus, are they? Oh, you're talking about Maho? Okay, then yeah, definitely. Because of what she knows. Because that means possibly that it could get into the wrong hands. As we saw in the other world line. She had no proof, but she couldn't get his words out of her mind. Was some great power involved in the Amadeus research? Something so powerful it was outside even Dr. Leskinen's control? If she updated her memory data, Maho would learn about Kurisu's laptop and hard disk. She trusted Amadeus, but that would mean whoever was secretly trying to use the project for their own ends would find out. It seems silly, almost delusional, to be worried about something like that, but she couldn't get it out of her mind ever since she'd come back to America. I really am overthinking it, though. She whispered to herself. Who's there? Is someone there? She heard a woman's voice from down the dark hallway. Maho stopped dead in her tracks. In your opinion, what she should do is have a very serious sit-down with Leskinen and express concerns about an information leak. Well, the problem, though, with that is that that's still going to basically be grounds to get her off the project, because then, if the issue is data leaking, and it becomes an issue that what she knows will essentially compromise the information that they have, then they're sooner just gonna want to create a new model based on someone else and just sort of kick her off. And by the sounds of it, she doesn't want that to happen either. But that is probably for the best. I do agree with that, Pika. Honestly, Maho getting off the project is probably the safest thing to have happen. But yeah, he probably would be serious. He would be. I'm sure he would be receptive to it. But I also do think that his answer wouldn't really change then. He would probably still say that she gets off the project then. Because ultimately, he still needs to be able to do, basically, he still needs to do, comparisons with, previous data and, previous brain states and new brain states to actually make his research worth something, you know, so. In the end, it's probably just gonna come to that anyway, so I'm guessing that's probably why she's feeling mum about it, but honestly... Yeah, I mean, that is definitely a conflict of interest on her part. Because, you know, it's her work, you know. Less that she isn't willing to do it, more expressing that she's concerned there could be an info leak in general so she can check on it. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Okay, trying to get him to see that... I guess trying to get him to see if, like, there maybe is a leak. Or, like, there is, like, a leak for a vector. Or, like, a vector for a leak. I can see that. But, of course, that just makes data integrity that much more important. Like, you don't... Like, if the data is if they compromise their data anyway, that's still... That just makes the risk greater. In many cases, in regards to, like, security, you assume the worst. Basically, you just kind of assume that... You basically assume that everything else is already compromised. And so you build... So you build, like, a security system around with that in mind. So, like... For instance, like, with, passwords, for instance... You never want to store passwords in plain text in a database. Like, that's the worst case scenario. A better case scenario would be to encrypt your passwords. But, you know, encryption can still be broken, you know. So what you want to do instead, is the best case scenario, is to hash your passwords. Why is Rintarou always so sad? What's there to be sad about? You know. Gestures widely at the ending of the first Steins Gate. Well, okay, well, no, not the ending of the first Steins Gate, but, like, more like the... Right before the beginning of... Right before the end of the original Steins Gate and the very beginning of this one. But yeah, you hash your passwords as being, like, you know, the better case there. But, you know, even those aren't perfect either. Because, like, if you have a rainbow table or something, then they could just... Like, if someone... if someone, like, gains access to your database and they have a rainbow table with which they can, like, just correlate different hashes to, like... certain passwords and all that, they can use that to get in. So that's why in that case you want to salt the hashes as well. So that whatever rainbow table they have is probably useless. And they would have to essentially create a new rainbow table. And that takes a very long time to do. But yeah. Imagine that hitting up Leskinen with, hey, based on some events that happened in Japan, I think there could be a data leak. Is there anyone else with access to it that could be the cause of it? Is it big enough concern to hold on updating the memory or something along those lines? Actually, yeah, I'd say that's a really good way of putting it. I agree with that, Pika. I think that's a good way of putting it. Honestly, I think maybe she should do that. Maybe she will do that. I don't know. Anyway. The hallway lights flipped on, and she saw a group of men and women coming down the corridor that connected her building to the next one. The next building over was the psychophysiology lab. The way the concern is concern is expressed while also saying that she'd be willing to continue once her fears are debunked. True! True. That is true. Like, it basically creates an understanding that, hey, if there's, like, really any danger of it causing an issue, then she'd probably be able to more easily accept that risk and continue. Especially since, at that point, she's still not really sure. She's just sort of taking Rintarou at his word that, you know, time travel actually does exist. So, you know. but she still can't shake off the feeling that maybe there is something else to it. Anyway, Maho's brain science lab mostly investigated the workings of the brain itself. The psychophysiology lab, on the other hand, was more of a medical department. They looked at how the workings of the brain affected mental states and mental illnesses. Excuse me, I'm Maho Hyojo from Dr. Leskinen's lab. The woman at the head of the group was someone she knew. It was Dr. Reyes, a scientist at the psychophysiology lab. Oh, it's you, Maho. She can speak Japanese, apparently. Professor Reyes, are you up working this late? You too? Yeah, I suppose. We're both addicted to our work, aren't we? Judy Reyes' eyes narrowed beneath her glasses as she laughed. Where's Alexis? Still in his office? Yes, he's working on Amadeus. He really is dedicated. Sometimes I wonder if he doesn't think it's his own daughter. Are you going to see Dr. Leskinen at this hour? If it's an emergency meeting, I'll go too. No need for that. I'm having some trouble with my research. I want his help, and I want it now. There wouldn't be anything you could do, really. Oh, don't take that the wrong way, but thanks. Dr. Reyes kept smiling as she walked past Maho towards the lab. The other scientists followed her. Problem with her research? What could it be? She took a closer look and saw that she didn't recognize one of her people in the group. It was hard to say why exactly she noticed him. He just didn't look like a scientist. When you spend enough time doing research, you start to get a feel for people who are in the same line of work. But he had a totally different air about him, and what was worse, he was behaving extremely rudely towards Dr. Reyes. If he was one of her staff, he wouldn't be acting like that. And while everyone else was wearing white lab coats, he was wearing a freshly pressed suit. It just didn't feel right. She was about to head back to her room when... It bothered her enough that she turned right back around and silently crept back to Dr. Leskinen's lab. The door was slightly ajar. She could hear voices inside. She knew it was wrong, but she decided to push her face up against the door to listen. How long are you going to let him hang on to it? It's a valuable source of information. I hate to pip him off and have him destroy it. Either way, we're leaving for Japan this month. I plan on getting it back then. Can you explain why you dragged your feet for 6 months over this? I have a feeling that they're still hiding something we don't know about yet. I tried to use Amadeus to get it out of him, but... He's a very cautious boy, our Rintarou Okabe. Why not use your special treatment on Maho? I don't think she knows anything. Maho started to panic when she heard her name. There is one, and it's him. Yeah, that would make it kind of hard to do if he's the one that she needs to be concerned about. And then she realized she made a big mistake. She was so focused on listening to the conversation that she pressed her shoulder into the door. The door to the lab wasn't very well built. There was a loud creak, and everyone in the lab turned around. Who's there? She knew she should probably run, but her body refused to move. She couldn't understand what she was hearing, and even after they found her, she still couldn't move. She couldn't believe it. She didn't want to believe it. This was worse than being in a thriller, she thought. The other scientists, who were Dr. Reyes, grabbed her arms tightly and dragged her into the room. Professor, what were you just talking about? Dr. Leskinen looked a little sad as he walked over to her. His huge body leaned forward and peered into her face. Oh dear. You heard, did you? Well, it's good timing. Maho. Remember that Japan trip we were just talking about? You're going to come with me after all. She didn't know what he meant. Weren't the directors opposed to it? Was it something Dr. Leskinen could decide on his own? What was good timing? Confused, she glanced over at the computer screen. But Kurisu was no longer there. The one thing she knew was... Okabe's words weren't the ramblings of a conspiracy theorist after all. Oh boy, get some more toilet paper! We're going back to Rintarou. This isn't good! It was almost July. The rainy season hadn't been that bad this year, and what little remained of it had already disappeared. Temperature-wise, summer had come a long time ago. Summer. In other words, it had almost been a year since it happened. And then one Saturday afternoon, if I stayed home, not only would it be hot, but Dad would be on my case about helping with the family business. To get away, I'd come to the area around Ikebukuro Station. A year ago, I could have gone to the lab, but with Suzuha living there now, I'd mostly stopped going. But that meant that it was hard to find a place to study on my days off. It was too much trouble to go to the university. And the classrooms probably weren't open on weekends anyway. After a lot of research, I'd settled on spending my free days visiting this cafe near my parents' home and spending a few hours there. In fact, a lot of the other patrons did the same thing I did, buying a single cup of coffee and sitting there for hours on end. Some brought books, some brought computers. I chuckled to myself as I realized that I joined the ranks of the other normals. Do-do-do! Where are you now? Oh, usual cafe, right? I just went to your place and you weren't home. You did? Did my dad make a nuisance of himself again? That's okay, he gave me some barley tea. I have to go shopping. Will you come with me? Okay! Okay now, it's okay! Okay, I'll leave now. Wait for me! So they went to my house. My family's business was called Okabe Green Grocer. It was a beat-up old store located in a run-down shopping district, or shopping street. That place was almost 40 years old. I really wanted them to rebuild it. Wow, 40 years old and it's already that run down? That's... wow. Whew. My mind had wandered. Mayuri was going to be here in less than 15 minutes, so maybe it was time to call it a day. I'd worked pretty hard during the morning, so it wasn't too bad. I was a little surprised at how hard I'd been working lately. I could feel how having a goal gave me energy. I needed to get to Victor Kandri University as soon as I could. Victor Kandri University. Since I was still testing Amadeus, I'd kept in touch with Maho via email and online chat. She must have been working hard because she was always sleepy. Quick save! Oh, it's from Kurisu. And then my phone started to vibrate. It was from the Amadeus Kurisu. Lately, she'd been contacting me all the time. I vaguely remembered that at first. She'd promised not to talk to me unless I contacted her first. Now, we talked almost every day over the course of the last 6 months, and as time passed, I almost totally forgotten about that. Alright, should I answer, Pika? Should I answer? Do I answer? Ugh, alright. Okay, I'll answer. Hello? What? Why is your voice so low? Shh, I'm in a cafe right now. You think she's gonna spill about Maho being in danger? Maybe! I don't know! Because remember, Amadeus wasn't on the screen before. So it's possible that Amadeus was turned off there, and she doesn't actually know. Please, don't call me when I'm busy with stuff. I have no way to know where you're doing, or where you are, or what you're doing. Or do you want me watching you 24 hours a day? You're thinking she shut herself off? I don't know, I feel like she would be... I don't know, I feel like she'd be panicking a little bit more here. Maybe. And be like, hey, emergency! Emergency! I don't know. Are you saying you want me to observing you while you sleep or while you're taking a bath? You're quite the pervert, aren't you? I'm sorry. I'm assuming that's a possibility since she ends communications all the times on her own. Sure, yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair, but I don't know if it was ever shown that she turns her program off. If you don't want to talk to me when I call you, just don't pick up. I won't get mad about something like that. That's true. Oh, looks like you're busy now, so I'll do what you want and hang up. You're right. It's probably pretty weird for the rest of the cafe to see you talking to a 3D model of a girl on your phone. Come on. I'm kidding. You always take the time to talk to me, and well... I am grateful. I can talk about that some other time. I'm hanging up. Hey, wait! Kurisu always talks so much. The real one used to talk a lot, too. Talking to her in a place like this always drew a lot of attention and made me feel awkward. Looking at a screen and talking was embarrassing, was all, so I once proposed that I talk to her like I was on a normal phone. And this is what she said. Why do I have to stare at a close-up of the side of your head? She really was a selfish little program. Oh yeah, she's far too front for that to No, you stink, Orville! Mayuri and I met up and headed for Tokyo Hands. When I stepped inside the air-conditioned store, I felt refreshed. If it was this hot in June, I started to think what it was going to be like in July or August. So, what are you going to buy? We're going to make some signs for advertising, so I need poster board and highlighters and stuff. Are you going to put out a book at this year's Kamima? You didn't do that? Yes, you did. Nope, it's for Okabe Greengrocer. Huh? What did you say? My family business? When I went to your house today, I talked to your dad about it. And I said that Maishi would make them for him. Wait, seriously? My dad could be such a jerk. There's really no reason you have to do that. What? Maishi wants to do it. You sure? Your mom and dad are always so nice to me. Okay. I'll get you something as a thank you present then. Really? That makes me so happy! I took a quick look around and saw that they were selling a lot of things you could use for advertising. I decided to mostly leave the purchasing decisions up to Mayuri. We spent quite a while deciding what to buy. But, well...
You know what that means? Fish!
Fish! Maybe because of all the time she spent at Maignan Square or May Queen Yan Squared, her tastes ran in the direction of cute and anime. Part of me thought it was dangerous to leave it up to her, but still, they'd asked her, not me. It wasn't any of my business. I should just leave it to her. And so I decided to wander around the store while Mayuri finished her shopping. But I looked down at the screen, and it was from Kurisu. Do I answer? You know what? Maybe I'll answer. Oh, okay, never mind. Never mind, he's answering for me. What's up? Are you out shopping? Yeah, with Mayuri. Ooh, a date? Mainstream woman. I told you to stop calling me that. And stop assuming everything is about romance. Right. Fine. But isn't Mayuri cute? You're lucky to have such a cutie as your childhood friend. You're right. Oh, it doesn't stand a chance at this rate. She's not as cute, she's not as young, she's shorter, and her boobs are just hopeless. I feel so bad for her. If you say that in front of Hyojo, she'll delete your program. You know, you actually haven't introduced me to Mayuri. You've got quite a few friends, but you never told any of them about me. It's a secrecy thing. I'm not supposed to tell people about you. Is that really all it is? You actually don't want people seeing me talk to you, do you? That's not true. If you really want me to introduce you, I'll get permission from Hyojo. I'll start by introducing you to Daru, the man I trust the most. He just loved to talk to you. He'll stare at me with his filthy eyes, constantly panting after me 24 hours a day. Right. Perverts scare me. Kurisu went pale and started to shake. I told Kurisu all kinds of things about what kind of person Daru was. She could easily imagine what would happen if she ever fell into his clutches. Never mind. You don't have to introduce me to anyone. I'll just keep telling myself that I'm lucky to have you to talk to. Okarin! Mayuri walked over carrying a shopping basket. Huh? Who are you talking to? Oh, I looked down at my phone. Kurisu had disappeared and my smartphone was back at its home screen. Evidently, Kurisu had hung up. Another student from school. I see. I know I didn't have to hide Kurisu, but at the same time, Mayuri was the one person I didn't want finding out. She knew that I'd failed to save Kurisu Makise last summer. So, did you decide what you're going to buy? Oh, yeah. What do you think about this? The basket was filled with heart and star-shaped cardstock. This didn't really go with our store's look. But I decided when I started, I was going to let Mayuri make the decisions. Dad might complain later, but I didn't care. He was the one who asked Mayuri for help, not me. Ugh, Monokuma!
It was his hat, Mr. Machi, he was number one.
Smitty Werben Jagerman Jensen! And so I went over to the register. Since it was a Saturday, the checkout area was overflowing with shopping carts. Since it was going to take a while, I sent Mayuri to browse the toys section on another floor. I know they'd have some stuff from one of her favorite shows, Rainet Kakaru. A very popular manga about the internet that appears in Roku Roku Comics. It also has an anime presently in its third season that runs every Saturday at 9 AM on East TV stations. While the general atmosphere and character design of the show may make it look like it's for children, its unusually realistic themes make it a show that adults can enjoy as well. Mayuri looked apologetic, but did what I told her to. In the end, I waited a whole 15 minutes at the register. As an apology, I decided to get the present I'd promised her. She seemed really happy as she stared at the keychain. Another Upa! It was Upa, the mascot character from the Dainet Kakadu series. I told her when she went over to the toy section she could pick out anything she wanted, and this was what she chose. You seem pretty happy about that, given how many Upas you already have. And that's a regular green Upa, right? Not the rare one. The rare one. Do you mean the metal Upa? The most popular and rarest of the Upas was the shiny silver metal Upa. For example, whenever there was a lottery for rare Kakadu stuff at the convenience stores, the top prize was always a metal Upa. My idea told me once that they sold for tens of thousands of yen at auction. For some reason, Mayuri was wagging her finger at me. Nope. This is a green Upa, but it's not a regular one. This is the green fairy Upa that was in the movie they just released. Come to think of it, there had been a Dainet Kakadu movie out in spring. Had Mayuri sat in a theater full of little kids to watch it? The green fairy? Is it okay if I spoil the movie? Go ahead, I'm not going to see it. So, this movie, it's about a fight with an evil super hacker in the virtual world. The virtual world is a forest where the fairies live. Mr. Super Hacker is really strong, and Kakadu and Upa are in big trouble, but just when they're about to lose, the fairies come to save them! And it turns out the fairies are actually the flowers in the school garden that he'd always taken care of. They came all the way to the virtual world to save Kakadu, and then there was this big shiny light, and then they combined with Upa. And that's the green fairy Upa. He's really cute and really strong. She thought it was so great. I love stories like that. The director's a genius. I see. It was rare for Maya to get this excited about something. I took a closer look and saw that the design was a little different from the standard Upa. I didn't know a lot about Upas, so I couldn't say exactly what was different. I've actually been spending a lot of time looking for this keychain. It's really popular, so it's sold out everywhere. I never would have thought Hans would have one. You were pretty lucky, huh? Yep, and it was the last one. I'm glad I came today. I need to thank you and your dad. Mayuri took the tag off the keychain, got her house key out of her bag, and carefully attached it. Hey, Okarin? Mayushi will treasure this forever, and ever, and ever! Yeah, please do. Make sure you don't lose it 5 minutes after you get it. It happened before, after all. Like the metal Upa I'd won for her at the radio building. Mayuri had lost it no more than 5 minutes after I gave it to her. I'd wonder if she had ever found it. I didn't really want to remember that time in my life, so my memory of what happened to the metal Upa was vague. Yep, I'm never gonna lose it again! The two of us started to head back. I'm gonna work hard and make the ads for your shop, okay? Oh yeah, you still gotta do that. I was thinking the job was done once we brought the materials. The real work actually began now. Should I help too? No, I'm fine. Believe in Mayushi! I'm a little worried after you tried to buy heart-shaped cardstock. It's fine! Well, it's nice of you to make them at all, so I won't complain. Oh, I need to call Mom. I'll tell her that I'll be home for dinner. Why not eat at my place? I'm sure either Mom or Dad will try to get you to stay anyway. I don't know. Are you going to stay at home the rest of the today? You won't go to any singles parties? I haven't been to any lately. Last fall, when I've been trying to become a normal college kid, I forced myself to go to as many as possible. But lately I'd been so busy with my studies that I hadn't had a chance. Let's see. Maybe I will. Maedi took out her phone and started to type something when her expression suddenly darkened. She stopped moving. What's wrong? I just got a message from Kaede. I didn't notice it. What should I do, Okarin? Maedi seemed like she was on the verge of tears. Did something happen? Hey, Okarin? You told me before that Fubuki's not sick, right? Fubuki? You mean Nakase? Not Kurishima, right? Yeah. Is that true? She's really not sick? Yeah, I don't think so. But... Maedi showed me her phone. Fubuki's back in the hospital. I'm on my way. Here's the location. She's back in the hospital? I couldn't believe what I was seeing on the screen. Fubuki was at a different location than before. This time it was the AH Tokyo General Hospital High-Tech Medical Center in Yoyogi. It was supposedly one of Japan's most advanced hospitals. According to what I read on the internet, patients with the new encephalitis that everyone was talking about were being gathered here for special treatment. But I also read lots of really bad urban legends about the place, and I was a bit worried about what kind of horror show I'd find there. Alright, urban legend. Rumors whose source is unknown or unclear, usually dating from the 20th century or later. They can be divided into ghost stories, occult stories, and folklore, but lately the boundaries between these three categories have become vague. Urban legends range from short, silly stories to the terrifying and nightmarish, and all of them are told as if they really happened. Examples of urban legends include the Japanese story of Hanako-san, the stories about the Shadow People, or the story of the Men in Black. But of course, when we arrived, it was nothing like that. It was very clean and decorated like a luxury hotel. Maedi, Okarin! This way. Kaede and Yuki waved to us as we entered the lobby. Yuki had gotten a message from Kaede as well, and had evidently come right over. Where's Fubuki? She's fine. Yuki gave Maedi a soft hug and a smile. Kaede bowed her head apologetically. Sorry to scare you. I was kind of in a hurry myself. I should have checked more carefully before I messaged you. What do you mean? How's Nakase doing? I just met her mom in the hospital room, and it doesn't look like her illness has gotten any worse. Then they just brought her here for more examinations or something? Yeah, that's what they said, so there's nothing to worry about. Oh, I'm so glad. Maedi looked extremely relieved as Yuki continued to hug her. If I remembered right, the last time they examined her, they said it was possible she had the disease, but as long as it didn't get worse, it wouldn't affect her daily life. They just told her to come back for regular checkups. The new encephalitis had arrived in Japan over 6 months ago, but the number of patients was still increasing. Fortunately, there hadn't been a single casualty yet. Pretty sure that's no illness, though. I was certain that what they were calling encephalitis was actually something similar to reading Steiner. One time when I went to visit Fubuki in the hospital, I had secretly investigated the other patients. I wasn't able to get any proof, but I found out most of the patients in her wing had, to varying degrees, memories of the same world line. Many people had memories of Japan at war. Can we see Fubuki? They said they're doing an MRI to look at her brain right now, so she's not in her room. Let's see. But it'll be done soon. Fubuki's mom told us to wait here. Kaede motioned to Maedi, indicating she should sit down at a nearby sofa. Once the exam is done, she's going to come get us. I let the girls sit down on the sofa and stood next to them while I surveyed the lobby. This is an amazing hospital, isn't it? Yeah. Is Nakasa's family really rich or something? She's staying at a place like this. No, that's not it. Fubuki's mom says that the Japanese and American governments are paying for a new treatment project. It's going to be centered around this lab and a dedicated hospital in America, supposedly. I see. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. If I was right about what this disease really was, it was hard to imagine a bigger waste of money. Please, give all the patients private rooms. Try to keep the rooms as far apart from one another as possible to ensure the patients don't come into contact. But there aren't that many open rooms. You need to do it anyway. If the patients talk to each other, they'll start to share the dreams, right? Sure, that's true, but... once a person hears about someone else's dream, their brain can trick them to think that they had that dream as well. Across the lobby, I saw an old Japanese doctor in a white coat and a big man in a suit who was frantically trying to talk to him. I'd seen the man in the suit before. Actually, it was a man I knew well. Professor! Professor Leskinen! I hurried over. Dr. Leskinen! It's me, Okabe! He must have been wearing his translator because he was communicating with the old doctor in Japanese. Dr. Leskinen's face quickly broke into a smile when he saw me. Oh, Lintalo! His voice was so loud that everyone in the lobby, doctors, nurses, staff, and even the patients turned to look at me. But Dr. Leskinen didn't seem to notice them as he ran over. He was like a giant American football player racing for a touchdown. Wait, Professor! Stop! Stop! My cries went unheard as Dr. Leskinen tackled me and then pulled me up. Then he switched from football player to pro wrestler and he swung me up and down. I felt like I was a little child. There was nothing I could do to resist him as he flung me around. A moment later, he noticed the cold stares of the people around us and finally released me. Oh my, I'm sorry. I was so surprised I got a little too excited. Dr. Leskinen bowed to the people around him in an apology. Dr. Leskinen, who is this young man? The doctor that Professor Leskinen had been talking to was staring at me suspiciously. Well... I wasn't sure exactly what to tell him. It wasn't like he was really my professor. You seem to be a student. Which school are you with? If you're studying brain science like the professor... No, He'll be a student at Victor Condria this September. I'm planning on having him come to my lab. I see. Victor Condria University, eh? That's a surprise. I looked over at Dr. Leskinen questioningly, but he just gave me a mischievous smile. This guy. He really was such a kid. It's very rare for a Japanese student to be able to go there. I'm impressed. Thanks. After the doctor left, I sighed loudly enough for Professor Leskinen to hear me. So, who was that guy? The director of this hospital. The director? You just told a lie to someone that important? Oh? Did I lie? I said you'd be a student starting in September, but I didn't mean this September. Or what? Do you think you don't have what it takes to make it to my school in the end? That's a little unfortunate, but... He really was like a little kid. Completely shameless. Like Daru! But still, it was hard to hate him. I'm sure surprised, though. I had no idea you were in Japan. It had been 5 months since I'd seen him off at Narita. Ma was here, too. Really? She didn't say a word about it. I talked to her often via email and video chat, mostly about Amadeus' testing, but she hadn't said a word about coming to Japan. I hadn't heard anything about it from Kurisu either. We're back in the same office at Wako City. Come by anytime you like and read Kurisu. I told him to find us a different place after we got robbed last time, but... Dr. Leskinen looked up toward the ceiling and shrugged. It did feel like that place had security issues. Are you not feeling well, Rintarou? Did you come here for treatment? Oh no, I'm here to visit a friend. Oh, I see. That's good. Well, it's not good for your friend. I'm sorry. Oh no. So, what are you doing at a Japanese hospital? Dr. Leskinen brought his face close to mine and whispered so that the people around us couldn't hear him. You've heard about the new encephalitis cases, right? The American government asked our psychophysiology lab to look into it, but they've hit a roadblock. The university ordered me to help with the investigation. I see. So you're helping with the new encephalitis cases. Now there was a word I didn't expect to hear. I explained that my friend was here because they thought she might have had the disease. Is your friend named Katsumi Nakase, perhaps? Oh, yeah. You met her at the Christmas party, didn't you? That's right. My interest in this new disease started with that party, you see. Both you and Katsumi collapsed, right? He was right, actually. In my case, I've been sent to that other world line. I met up with her again several days ago. She demanded to know why she was being sent back to the hospital when she was just fine. I see. Would you tell her it would make me happy if she was a bit more cooperative? I actually feel really bad for both her and all the other patients. We in the Japanese team are doing what we can, but we just don't understand the results we're getting. Dr. Leskinen's usually chipper expression darkened. The man was such a ball of vitality that I hadn't noticed until then, but when his smile disappeared, I could see the wrinkles that had formed on his face from exhaustion. He must have been working hard, like he said. To be honest, none of the doctors thought we'd have this much trouble explaining it at the start. What's wrong, Rintarou? Oh, well... Is there something wrong? No. I'm not a medical student, so this is all outside my expertise. I was just about to tell him about my reading Steiner, but in the end, I couldn't. If my uninformed opinion was wrong, it could cost the encephalitis patients their lives. I couldn't just tell him when I didn't have any proof. And then his face drew close to mine again. By the way, Hatsumi was saying something very interesting. She said something about not being sick, about how she was actually experiencing another world in her dreams. I told her not to say anything about it. Could she not help it? This was bad. They might start to doubt her sanity. Well, Nakase's got a very vivid imagination, maybe? She loves sci-fi and anime. She probably just said she has the power to experience parallel worlds because she saw it on some show somewhere. Or maybe she likes Zero Escape, I don't know. Another world that exists parallel to our own in another space-time. It has the same dimensions as our own world, and sometimes the people and objects within it are the exact same place as our own. I remember that I used to say stuff like that. I tried my best to come up with excuses, but Dr. Leskinen still seemed concerned. Still, I was really surprised when I started participating in the treatment project. One of the strange things about this illness is that many patients share the same dreams. I'm assuming it's similar to a mass hallucination. But what do you think? I've never seen this before. From a brain science perspective, I just don't have an answer right now. To be honest, scientific is the word that seems to best fit. Like parallel worlds or memories of a past life, you know. See. It would help if you talked to Katsumi too. There are some things you can't say to a doctor, But that you'll tell your friends. Sure, I'll ask her, I guess. So, Rintarou, that aside, I have a question for you. Dr. Leskinen was looking over my shoulder. I got a sense that this is the Christmas party, but your girlfriends really are cute, aren't they? I turned around and saw that Mairi, Kaede, and Yuki had all stood up from the sofa and were looking at me. When they saw Dr. Leskinen was looking at them, they waved. Just like in SpongeBob. So are any of those girls involved with you right now? Yuki, Kaede, Mairi, Luka? Or maybe Katsumi? What? His words were so surprising I couldn't think of anything to say. Maho would often call this middle-aged man a mischievous boy, and that was exactly the look he had on his face. No, I won't force you to tell me. I don't want to pry into your private life. But, well, I'd hope to have something to tell my favorite student. Dr. Leskinen turned to walk away before I could figure out what he meant. Alright, Rintarou. I've got to talk to the director a little more, so I'll be going. I'd love to go around to all those girls and give them a hug too, but I'll save that for next time. Tell them I said hello. Sure. Mairi and the others came over to me as I watched him go. Was that Dr. Leskinen? Yeah, I know I'd seen him somewhere before. I thought he'd gone back to America. Okarin? There's no way I could tell the girls what Dr. Leskinen and I were just talking about. After Fubuki's exam was over, we went to her room and listened to her complain. And then the visit was over. Just like Dr. Leskinen had said, she looked just fine. She told us she was ready to leave the hospital and jog all the way home. Mairi and the others were relieved, but I felt worried. Did I need to talk to Dr. Leskinen about reading Steiner after all? But how would I explain it? It might be a better idea to talk to Mao and have her explain it to him. I couldn't come to an answer right away. Alright. Suzuha's perspective! It was a very hot day in 1998 when Suzuha said goodbye to Kagiri Shina. She'd gone to get food and water from a local store, and when she'd come back and opened the hatch, Kagiri was inside screaming. Oh, come on! How does this stupid thing work? She looked inside and saw that Kagiri was slamming her tiny hands down on the control console. What are you doing? Kagiri shrank back when she saw Suzuha. I'm not... This is what it looks like! Answer me. But... I woke up and you were gone and it was dark and the lights wouldn't turn on and it's so cramped and scary in here! So I tried to open the door. And then when I was fiddling with it, this happened. Kagiri started to cry. I'm sorry, Big Sis Suzuha. I'm sorry, but I was really scared. I see. Suzuha relaxed her guard. Kagiri had PTSD from her time as a war orphan, and she hadn't fully recovered. Mairi had once told her that she got very frightened in dark and cramped places. It would make sense if waking up in the dark caused a panic attack. And the time machine could only function with Suzuha's biometric authorization. Someone of Kagiri's size wouldn't be able to break the console either. Passed out from the shock of time travel, so I wanted to let you get some rest. I'm sorry. Suzuha grabbed one of Kagiri's tiny hands to help her up, then led her outside the machine. Wow, it's so hot. Kagiri, promise me that you won't touch the switches on the control console no matter what, okay? Okay. I'm going to get started. You go and rest. Have some food and water if you want. Souza handed Kaguri the provisions she'd bought, then went inside and poked her head in the cargo space under the control console. She connected the IBN 5100 she'd stored there to a portable terminal she'd brought from the future. By all appearances, it was an early 2000s cell phone, but inside it was a miniaturized quantum computer from the year 2036. Of course, future Dado had made it himself. When she booted up the IBN 5100, rows of numbers started to appear on the screen. What are you doing? Kaguri was looking in from outside the machine. Did you study the Y2K problem? Okay, problem where old computers would supposedly have errors after the year 2000 because of how dates were formatted and stored. Most old computers stored only the last 2 digits of the year in order to save memory. For this reason, when 1999 became 2000, the computer's data would change from 99 to 00. Since the programs were never equipped to handle this, it was thought that computers would treat the year as 1900 and malfunction. While an error with a home user's computer would not be a severe issue, a malfunction in a medical, financial, or military computer could cause disaster. For this reason, all these programs far across the world were rewritten by hand starting in the mid-1990s. The process was successful, and January 1st, 2000 came and went without serious incident. I studied a little at the orphanage. In the end, nothing happened, right? That's what everybody thinks. It wasn't made public, but at the time, a lot of places and a lot of countries had serious problems because of it. Is the same gonna happen with 2999 comes around? No, but it will possibly happen when 9999 comes around. No, it won't be. Yeah, no, there won't be a Y3K problem. But there will possibly be a Y10K problem. Basically, they started storing things as 4-digit, with 4-digit years instead of 2-digit years. But at that point, once the year 10,000 comes around, well, I mean, that's going to be 5 digits. I mean, I'm sure some date object implementations, account for that, but I'm willing to bet that not all of them do, especially when you consider that a bunch of financial programs run today are still written in COBOL. So, chances are we're good that we'll have that problem in the year 10,000. But that's far beyond when any of us will be alive, probably, so. Unless we find out immortality somewhere between now and then. Really? The issue was this computer, the IBM 5100. It's got an old programming language on it, and the engineers weren't able to fix the problem. In fact, they didn't even know that an important program existed that was written in this language. The race to develop the time machine was the beginning of the Third World War, but there's a chance that something happened during the Y2K problem, and the divisions that resulted from that were a deeper cause. She didn't expect a 10-year-old like Kaguri to understand this, but she didn't feel like taking the time to explain. And the year 2000 is a special year, you see. All the world lines temporarily converge here. This means that it's possible the Y2K problem has a huge effect on all the world lines. The world line in the gap that we're trying to reach, Steins Gate, is no exception. She looked down at the terminal connected to the IBN 5100. So this is a patch program to keep the Y2K problem from ever happening. Right now, the terminal was converting the patch into the language used by the IBN 5100. The next step was to spread this program all around the world in the form of a virus, and the Y2K problem that this era's engineers missed would completely disappear. The word connect appeared on the terminal's subscreen. Okay, it's connected. She'd been told that in Japan in this era, ADSL was still in the test phase, and most normal users connected to the internet by low-speed dial-up using ISDN. But in major city areas like Akihabara, universities, labs, and some big computer companies were starting to use fiber optic broadband. Some of them were even using wireless LANs. Alright, wireless, a method of connecting to the internet and sending or receiving data without the use of a cable. Fiber optic broadband, a high-speed, and it's actually what I have, a high-speed, high-capacity internet connection that uses optical fiber, also called FTTH, fiber to the home. Instead of relying on existing telephone lines, it requires the construction of a new communications network. For this reason, adoption has taken longer than ADSL. As of 2010, 35% of Japan uses FTTH. Suzuha cracked her way into one of those. Dad had laughed when he said that with 2036 technology, cracking late 20th century network security was a joke, but he'd been right. But if you change the future, won't that change the world we were in? Surprisingly, Kagari had gotten the gist of what Suzuha had just told her. That's right. I refuse to let that world exist any longer. So I've come here to reach Steins Gate. Suddenly, the uneasy look on Kagari's face vanished. It was as if her soul had left its body. Suddenly, her face was expressionless and her eyes were wide. Voice. I can hear God's voice. Kagari? You can't do that. It's not right. You can't do that, big sis Suzuha. You can't. Kagari was acting strangely. Suspiciously, Suzuha reached her hand out towards her. Wait. This wasn't a time leap, is it? A time leap didn't just happen, did it? But she slipped past Suzuha's hand, and quicker than any child should be able to move, she slammed her shoulder straight into Suzuha's body. Suzuha was caught completely off guard. That's how fast it was. Kagari's shoulder hit her in the solar plexus. She bent over and collapsed onto the seat. Kagari tore the terminal out of Suzuha's hands. The cables connecting it to the IBM 5100 were ripped out, and errors displayed on both screens. What are you doing? Kagari didn't answer the question. Instead, she grabbed the backpack that Suzuha had placed on the seat and spilled its contents onto the floor. There were MREs, spare parts, clothes, and a semi-automatic pistol. Suzuha couldn't believe it. Kagari was going to try and pick it up. Stop it! She forced herself to ignore the pain as she jumped on Kagari's body. But another unbelievably powerful body slam knocked her back. Something cold pushed up against her brow. Don't move! Kagari's tiny hands weren't shaking at all as they clutched the semi-automatic pistol. In the space of an instant, the safety on the gun had been flipped off. That's when Suzuha realized that this wasn't just a temper tantrum. Suzuha was the one who taught her how to use a gun. That's why she knew that Kagari was perfectly calm. Are you insane? Put the gun down now. Stop doing this. You're the one who needs to stop. You can't change the world. You're not making sense. There was no hesitation in her eyes. Instead, Suzuha saw only resolve. Do you want the war to happen then? I don't know anything about that. I just want to go back to my old world. then that's never going to happen. We've already used the time machine to interfere with the past. The world line's changed. There's almost no chance we can go back. Shut up! Shut up! I'm going to save Mommy! You can't erase this world! I won't let you! Kagari turned the gun towards the IBM 5100. Stop! Before Suzuha could stop her, she yanked down on the trigger. Again and again. Stop it, Kagari! Please, stop! And then Kagari jumped out of the time machine, and Suzuha never saw her again. On every night that passed, she remembered Kagari. Suzuha had spent some time looking for Kagari when she'd first come to this era, but in the end, she never found anything. But Kagari Shina, who is now 22 years old, was here in Akihabara. Suzuha was sure of it. But it did no good to keep thinking about it. So Suzuha decided to stop thinking and look around the room. Itaru, her dad, was playing yet another game populated entirely with female characters. His jaw was slack, and he was scratching the belly fat that stuck out from under his shirt as he played. There wasn't much to respect in him right now, either as a father or as a person. Come to think of it, how are things with Mom? Hmm? Is everything okay? I'm still going to be born, right? Oh, well, is that more important than the time machine? Hey! Suzuha stormed over to Itaru. You can't screw this up, Dad! Yeah, Daddy's gotta do his best, okay? All you ever do is talk. You haven't wasted those movie tickets we gave you, didn't you? She meant the pair of movie tickets that Mairi and Ferris had conspired to give them at the Christmas party. That was because Okarin and Miss Fubuki collapsed, you know? We were so busy with hospital visits and stuff that the movie left the theater. It's not like it's my fault. But I heard that when they tried to give you new tickets, you turned them down. Who told you that? Big Sis Mayu and Big Sis Rumi, obviously. That's because, you know, it's not very manly to make those two do all the work, is it? So, did you go and do something yourself? This isn't going to work. Maybe this was a more important problem than the time machine. Suzuha brought her hands up to her head. Listen, Dad. I'm not going to be around to lecture you like this forever, okay? I'm leaving soon. Oh. Suddenly, there was a sad look in Itaru's eyes. Don't make that face. I promise I'd stop worrying about it. For the past 6 months, Suzuha had been thinking about whether it was really right to erase this world. But in the end, it was none other than Itaru who pushed her to go ahead. I'm sorry. She couldn't bear to see her father so depressed, so she patted his broad back. Don't just sit there and be glum. Send Mom a message and see if she's free sometime. And if she is, invite her to a movie. That's way too sudden! I don't care if it's sudden or not. Do it anyway. Okay? This is an order. An order? What's your answer? Sir! Yes, sir! Satisfied, she headed off to take a shower. Oh, but before that, I'm gonna hit the convenience store. Don't glare at me like that! I'll eat as healthy as I can, so please forgive me. Vanilla. I want ice cream when I'm done with my shower. Vanilla ice cream. Okay, I'll buy you a lot of really top shelf stuff. It doesn't have to be a lot, just one thing is fine. Sir, yes sir! That was enough to cheer Dado up. He took his wallet and ran out of the lab. He's such a handful. She had just about taken off her jacket so she could take that shower, but... Ichido had come back into the lab. What is it? I found this on the stairs. Ichido showed her a keychain she was holding. What, you mean he was holding? It was a round anime character whose color had faded to a smoky green. Or to a smoky green. It was a fairy Upa! It was an Upa! But the fairy one! You know whose this is? Like sis Mayu's, probably? She leaned forward to take a closer look, and then felt like she was experiencing deja vu. I've seen this Upa somewhere before. She'd seen it before? She couldn't really remember when. But her internal alarms were going off. This keychain was extremely important. Upas were common enough that you could find them anywhere. The plastic edges had worn down. The paint was faded and coming off in places. There was no dust and there were no stains. Instead, it shone brightly, as if its owner had put a lot of effort into taking good care of it. The chain was so old that part of it had snapped off. That was probably how it got dropped. Where was it? I've seen this before. Did Mayushi show it to you? I don't know. She stared at the green Upa in Ichido's hands. And then, in her mind, she'd heard a young girl scream. This is Mommy's Upa keychain. I'm giving it to you. Take good care of it, okay? She gasped. A feeling of indescribable terror raced down her spine. This can't be. Kagari's? That was when she'd last seen it. Yummy mochi. Wait, who's that? You did, Onyx! I know you did! How are you doing, Onyx? Don't look at me, all hungry Lily, like that! That was when she'd last seen it. August 13th, 2036. The day she'd gone into the time machine. That's when she'd seen this Upa. It was older and more worn now, but the more she remembered that day, the more certain she became. This was the Upa that Mayuri had given to Kagari. She'd seen Kagari holding it and crying to herself many times before. Drew's looking at me, don't do that! No! I'm really gamey. I'm not that tasty. Also, how are you doing? Kagari. You mean future Miss Mayu's daughter? Yeah. Did you find her? No, but she knows where I am. What do you mean? You have a cold? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I am so sorry to hear that, Onyx. I hope you feel better soon. Colds are no fun. She's watching this lab. Satisfied, she headed off to take a shower. Ever since then, her careful efforts to defend the time machine had paid off, and she hadn't seen any sign of Kagari. But she'd never thought she'd be watching the lab. No, it would have been obvious if I'd given it any thought. She's trying to stop us from reaching Steins Gate. She doesn't want this world to end. Which means she's watching not just me, but you too? Me? Well, I don't think your life's in danger. Probably. If you believe what we know about how the world lines work, you'll live till at least 2036. But she might come to interfere with your research, so we can't reach Steins Gate. I mean, that ship has kind of already sailed. You're not going to be reaching Steins Gate here in this world line. Rintarou has to send himself an email, send himself a D-mail back to right after his first attempt to save Kurisu. Well, technically right before then. And that's what it will allow it. That is what will allow you all to reach Steins Gate. But anyway, a lot of bad things have been happening around Suzuha, Itaru, and Rintarou Okabe. There was some possibility that the final target was Itaru. From now on, just to be safe, lock the door whenever I'm not around. Wants to suck it? Hey, yo!
I can't believe you've done this.
Yes, I can't believe you done this. Okay, got it. Even if Uncle Okarin, Mom, or Big Sis Mayu are here, don't leave it open. It might not help much, but make sure you use the door chain too. You know, Okarin and Mayushi are one thing, but if I did that when I was alone with Amanishi, don't you think that'd give her the wrong idea? Ugh, that's true. That makes her not like me. My whole family could be in trouble. Suzuha groaned softly, unsure of what to do. If you'd only gotten to be her boyfriend sooner, there wouldn't be a problem. Sucking on someone's head! Don't do that either! Wait, we're back to that? Just be careful, okay? Suzuha decided to keep the green Upa keychain. She softly ran her fingertips over it as she stared at it. Hey, Suzuha. Kagari-tan's not related to Mayushi, but she's still her daughter, right? That's right. Should somebody raised by Mayushi grow up to the kind of person who assault someone? Sucking on someone's head not inappropriately? How, in what universe is sucking on someone's head not inappropriate? I just can't imagine it from what you've told me. I expect her to be a kind, easygoing, and cute little girl. I wish that was what happened. Yeah, I thought that was how she turned out too. But now she's probably. I feel like there was a time leap that happened. You think there's a blue website for that? Wait, a blue website? Like Twitter? Anyway. Now she's probably... From what she'd seen at the radio building, she could tell, Kagari had definitely received professional combat training. It wasn't just the simple self-defense techniques that she'd learned from Suzuha when she was a child. As she'd grown up, she'd been taught the cold techniques of a killer. There was no way to know where she'd been or what she'd been doing, ever since she'd gone missing in 1998. But there was no doubt in Suzuha's mind that she was trying to ruin her plans. Or fans, like, okay, you know, fair. I guess, sure. Suzuha sighed as she took her shower. Since it was summer, she'd set the water temperature low. It was barely any hotter than tap water. As long as the water was pouring down on her, she could feel like all the bad memories were being washed away. She slapped her cheeks with both hands and turned off the water. I hope she means her face! The small tiled room suddenly became quiet. In the silence, she vigorously toweled off her hair. This building was never intended for anyone to live in. Not only was there very little room, there wasn't even a place to change. It was small and there were no windows, and the steam from the shower room built up, making an unpleasant sauna in summer. Supposedly, Itaru and Okabe would sit naked next to the fans to get away from the heat and moisture. Of course, that was only when the girls, as well as Luka Urashibata, weren't around. But Suzuha couldn't do that. There were those huge scars on her chest. If she was careless and Yuki saw them, she'd have a big problem. So she always forced herself to change within the small space. The second she left the shower room, she realized something was wrong. The lights were off in the part behind the curtain where the lab room was. She was sure she'd left all the lab lights on when she'd gone to take a shower. She didn't remember turning them off. Still completely naked, she flung open the curtain. She dropped to the floor, ready to move. She could tell by the light from the shower room that there was no one else there. She didn't hear any breathing, and she didn't feel any other presence. Oh, she don't have arms, Naamant, you're so right. Did Dad come back? And then when he'd left, he turned off the lights? No, that couldn't be right. She looked around the room and saw that things had been moved in a way that an amateur wouldn't be able to notice. Ichiru's computer desk, the sofa area, the bookshelves, even the mini-kitchen, someone had gone through them all. From the look of it, the same was probably true of the development room. Suzuha glanced over all the areas where she kept her guns. The closest was the sofa that she used as a bed. She wanted to have one easily available if she was attacked while she slept, so she had cut out the back of one of the sofa cushions and hidden a suppressed semi-automatic pistol in it. It was just a .32 caliber for self-defense, so it wouldn't do much damage unless you had good aim. But it was small and relatively quiet, which made it the best choice for a place like this. Suzuha tensed all of her muscles, coiling like a spring, and slowly moved towards the sofa without making a sound. As she did, she tried to notice any changes in the surrounding area. There was a small sound in the development room. It was a tiny, tiny creaking of the floor, to which you'd usually pay no mind. But that was more than enough for Suzuha. In an instant, she moved from quiet to action. She cleared the distance to the sofa in an instant, and quickly drew her gun. She held it ready, and slipped into the shadow of the refrigerator. From this position, she could barely see into the development room. Oh. Who is that? The room became silent again. But this time, the intruder in the other room didn't try to hide their presence. Try anything and I'll shoot. Hands on your head. Come out slowly. Suzuha threatened the intruder in a low voice, but the intruder seemed completely unconcerned as they exposed themselves to Suzuha's gaze. It must be pretty hot wearing that in this weather. Why not at least take off your helmet? The intruder was wearing a motorcycle suit, just like before. Even the helmet was the same. The leather suit clung tight toward their skin, revealing a voluptuous and perfectly proportioned body. It was clearly a woman. What you're looking for isn't there. Is that Moeka? Maybe it's Moeka? But considering we were just having all this talk about Kagari, maybe it's Kagari. But now that you mention that, could be Moeka. It's in my pocket. Suzuha pointed toward the entrance to the shower room. The shirt she'd just taken off was lying there on the floor. The girl in the motorcycle suit turned her head, but because the face mask was down, Suzuha couldn't read her expression. Ooh, women. You should know better than to drop that. It's something Mommy gave you. Right, Kagari? The second she spoke, Kagari Shina was the first to move. She drew a deglass military knife that she must have been hiding behind her back, and closed the gap between herself and Suzuha in an instant. Suzuha pointed the gun at her legs and pulled the trigger, carefully aiming away from her vitals. She heard the small pop of the suppressed 32 and saw Kagari lose her balance and fall. Oh yeah, you had to dip for a bit to show Caleb something? Yeah. Or she thought she did, but it was a feint. She'd only pretended to lose her balance. In fact, she changed direction as I was heading for the shower room. It seemed her first goal was to get what she'd come for. Huh? After firing only one shot, Suzuha realized. Even a 32 should have more recoil than this. Were they blanks? Oh no, are there blanks in there? She fired again, but Kagari didn't flinch even for a moment. A blank? How? At some point, all the bullets in Suzuha's gun had been swapped with blanks. That instant's panic was all it took. Kagari reached out for the shirt on the floor in front of the shower room. No way! Suzuha gave up on firing and flung the gun at Kagari. There was a dull thud as the hard barrel slammed into her neck. Caught off balance, she staggered before she could grab the shirt. She could hear Kagari's voice for the first time from within the helmet. Suzuha jumped. She kicked up the off-balance Kagari as hard as she could with her toned, muscled legs. This was no time to hold back. Kagari went flying all the way to the edge of the room. That had to have broken a few ribs. Suzuha jumped toward her to continue her attack. But with terrifying speed, Kagari leapt off the ground and charged at Suzuha. There wasn't enough time to come to a full stop. A sharp blade swept by, mere centimeters from her exposed abdomen. If she'd pulled back even a few tenths of a second later, the knife would have fatally sliced open her gut. You bitch! The blood rushed to Suzuha's head. Kagari was serious. She was planning to kill her. There was no hesitation in her movements. Suzuha leaped back and searched for something she could use as a weapon. But the other guns were probably no different. There was a good chance they'd all had their ammo swapped with blanks too. It was even possible that all her self-defense knives had been taken too. Which left... There were several knives carefully stored in the kitchen. Yuki had brought them over to use in teaching the other girls how to cook. As fork and butter knife, yummy mochi. No. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Nope. Mm-mm. Nope. Actual mochi is tasty. But Kagari had evidently noticed them as well, and she was moving to keep Suzuha from reaching them. Huh. Looks like you had a lot of practice. Hard to believe you're the same girl who spent all her time sobbing inside the time machine. I'm surprised. Thank you, Pika. Thank you, Pika. So who's wrong? Me, Suzuha, or Kagari? I don't know. Suzuha kept her distance from Kagari as she slowly moved along the wall. Her competitive drive turned even brighter as she tried to come up with a way to overcome her disadvantage. Here, Kagari. This is what you're after, right? I don't know the difference. She picked up her shirt from in front of the shower room and took the green keychain out of its pockets. What's wrong? Come get it. Her fingers moved as if to crush it. She could see Kagari twitch. For the first time, she could detect a hint of emotion beyond the helmet. And in an instant, she threw it at Kagari's stomach. The keychain flew in a slow arc, like she was tossing it to a friend. If something they loved was thrown like that, even the fiercest warrior would instinctively reach out both hands to grab it. Kagadi was no exception. She carefully held her mother's memento in both her empty left hand, and the right hand that still clutched the knife. Using the slow arc of the keychain as camouflage, Suzuha ran at her in a straight line. Her right fist connected hard with Kagadi's stomach. Then her left arm smashed Kagadi's head to the side. Kagadi's body fell to the ground, her right shoulder taking the brunt of the fall. Suzuha could hear the sound of her joint dislocating. The knife slipped from her grasp. Suzuha got behind her and mounted her, twisting her right arm mercilessly. At the same time, she slipped her own left arm around Kagadi's neck and squeezed hard. She could hear something like a moan from Kagadi's throat. She could both hear and feel the bones in her arm and neck creaking. Stay put! I'm not going to kill you! But Kagadi picked up the knife on the floor with her left hand and once again tried to use it on Suzuha. Suzuha was forced to squeeze her arm and neck even harder. You forgot she was naked. Yep, she just came out of the shower. Stop it, Kagadi! I understand how you feel now, but it's wrong. It's wrong! But Kagadi didn't stop. If anything, she tried even harder to pull Suzuha away. What kind of training did she get? Even in all the battles she'd been in, this much pressure on 2 different spots was enough to get even the toughest soldier to submit or fall unconscious. Terrified, Suzuha squeezed even harder. At this rate, she wouldn't simply knock her out. She really would kill Kagadi. You're a happy lesbian right now? Oh my gosh. If she stopped, Kagadi would kill her. What should she do? Suzuha, it hurts! It hurts! And then she heard a sad, weak voice from inside the helmet. It startled her, and she relaxed both her arms. But that was just what Kagadi had hoped for. The knife came very close to cutting Suzuha's left arm. When she let go to dodge it, Kagadi shook her off and kicked at her hips with both legs. Suzuha was slammed back hard into the computer desk, and for a moment she couldn't breathe. She fell to the floor, and the printer and monitor crashed mercilessly into her naked body. Yeah, her just drop the knife. Yeah, just drop the knife. But yeah, why did Suzuha do that? That was exactly what she wanted. She forced herself to stand up, gasping hard as she did so. Kagadi's breathing was heavy too. Her right arm was pointed in an impossible direction and hanging limp. She wouldn't be able to use it for a while, probably. But her left arm was still holding the knife. You've learned some dirty tricks, haven't you? Suzuha glared at Kagadi's face. Not that she could see what it looked like behind that helmet. The two of them fell silent as they tried to catch their breath. The tension in the air was so thick that it was difficult to move a muscle. Sweat rolled down her forehead and into her eyes. She still didn't blink as she waited for Kagadi to make her next move. It was the sound of the front door opening that broke their stalemate. Hey, Suzuha? Did I just hear a loud noise? Suzuha felt a chill run down her spine when she heard Ichiru's voice. Why is it so dark? No, Dad! Stay back! She yelled at the exact same instant he turned on the lights. The sudden brightness was enough to make Suzuha flinch for an instant. Kagadi was wearing a full-face helmet, and that made all the difference. She leapt towards Ichiru just a moment before Suzuha. Kagede's black knife went up to his throat. Dad! Kagedi spun around behind him, using Ichido's huge body as a shield. Suzuha staggered toward him, gritting her teeth. Let go, Kagedi. Lay one finger on Dad, and I don't care who you are, Kagedi. I'll kill you. But Kagedi remained silent as she headed outside the door with her hostage. And then in the next moment, she shoved him forward. Ichido lost his balance and fell towards Suzuha. Suzuha fell to the ground underneath his weight. Ichido just barely managed to support himself with his arms and legs to keep from crushing her. Move! Suzuha tried to shove him off, using a little more force than he may have intended. But Ichido was so huge it would take him a moment to get up. This is why I told you to lose weight! What? She was getting away. She was somehow managed to crawl out from under him and quickly tried to follow after Kagedi. Suzuha, wear this! Ichido was still lying on the ground as he tossed the naked Suzuha her shirt. She grabbed it and quickly put it on, then ran outside. But when she looked around the street, the girl in the motorcycle leathers wasn't there. There was no way to even know where she'd gone. She got away. It would be dangerous to run around trying to find her now. There's a chance Ichido would be attacked while she wasn't at the lab. What was that? Kageri-tan? Ichido came outside as well. Yeah. I'm almost certain. I see. So this is how it's going to be with the two of us in the end. The bruises and wounds were bad enough. The pain that ached in her heart was the worst of all. You know, I really did like her. Yeah. She was small, but so brave. And she always did her best to protect Big Sis Mayu. And I taught her a lot. I thought of her as like a little sister. Yeah. But now, she's completely my enemy. Ichido straightened up her shirt sleeves. You know, you look like a slutty girl in an H game right now, Suzuha. What? Suzuha was caught completely off guard. True, her t-shirt only came down to just below her hips, roughly the length of a miniskirt. Her breasts were almost completely bared. The shirt's hem was turned up, and she felt exposed. Oh, bro! Well, I don't mind H games with slutty girls, and I don't think the whole naked except for a t-shirt thing is all that bad. You're feeling silly again. You could have gotten badly hurt. But Ichido shook his head. I'm freaked out by the knife, and I don't think I really need to be that scared. 1, literally daughter. 2, bro, yeah. Unless I'm mistaken. Ichido rubbed the part of his neck where the knife blade was. When she had the knife to my throat, I could hear it just a little. Hear what? She was probably crying. Huh? Crying? Under that helmet? After that whole battle with Suzuha? While holding a knife to Ichido's neck? But why? So don't you think it's too early to jump to conclusions? 2, I don't think that's the thing to say at the moment. It definitely isn't. Not after what just happened. Dad. Hmm? Did you buy me that vanilla ice cream? Yeah, of course. I'd love to eat it. I'm a little tired.
Oh, you stink!
What do you mean, Onyx? And then she almost fell forward. Itoru managed to catch her before she hit the ground. Hey, Suza! Let me rest a little. That was all that she had the energy to say. I smell... What do you mean? She closed her eyes in her dad's arms and her consciousness melted away. Alright, back to Rintarou's perspective. When July came, the sun shone down even harder on eastern Japan. Summer was truly here. I'm not old! I'm just youthfully challenged. The news had been saying for days that the heat island effect might make this the hottest summer in years. And then, on the first Sunday in July, I met with Maho in Akihabara. I was waiting at the open cafe at UPX when Maho arrived. She was a little late. Okabe! It's been a while. She ordered a nice coffee and took a deep breath. But you know, we talk to each other all the time on video chat. That's right. Doesn't feel like it's been that long. Her habit of paying no attention to her clothes or looks hadn't changed at all in the last 6 months. People were going to think she was an elementary school kid who decided to go play at a friend's house. But it would upset her if I said that, so I never would. Your birthday's in 5 months? Hey, what a coincidence. I had no idea you were here. If I hadn't happened to see Dr. Leskin, I never would have found out. I was going to contact you once things calmed down. We needed to talk to each other about Kurisu at some point eventually. Yeah, Pikas is in 4. You're here about the new encephalitis cases. Huh? Dr. Leskinen is, at least. I'm his assistant, but I'm mostly in charge of Amadeus. Have there been any problems? I assume not, since I'm still getting my usual reports. Yeah, nothing really. You'll be 37? Wait, you're older than I am? Huh. And you call me old! Lately, it's been a struggle to deal with Kurisu, though. Hey! I heard a voice from my smartphone, which I'd place on the table. What do you mean by struggle? I left the Amadeus app turned on. Of course, Kurisu could hear everything we said. She's gotten a little ruder since we first met. You smelly? You smelly! You're just afraid of me for no reason is all. Maybe. It was turning into our old relationship in the Alpha World line where we fought all the time. I was starting to lose track of whether that was a good thing or a bad thing for me. I thought I was trying to forget about Kurisu. You were pretty rude when we first met. You just got a shower? Well, maybe I did too. Maybe I did too. Ever think of that? Anyway. That was... She's rough on people when she meets them for the first time. You know why? Because they refuse to treat her like she's her real age. The two of them spoke in unison. So I always get upset. Once I get to know someone, they stop talking about my appearance, right? So I can speak more normally around them is all. I guess I was right not to comment on her outfit. That was a close call. Anyway, back to Amadeus. It's an interesting sign that Kurisu is developing a bit of a sharp tongue. It's a side of her that she never shows me or the professor, right? Pass a guess on Moji and screw herself. I did not consent to this! That may be a sign of how much she's opened up to you. I have not. Maho simply smiled and ignored her. We can analyze those psychological changes as code. This is a change we never would have seen if she'd only been speaking to me and the professor. That alone means we were right to keep you on as a tester. Is that how it works? Dr. Leskinen was very impressed by this too. I think you're giving him too much credit. In fact, whenever he talks to me, he's always complaining. It's not very manly, you know. Well, I knew my personality had gotten a bit negative, especially given what I'd been through. Or ketchup, or this. I do not consent to the ketchup either. But did she really need to say that to Maho right now? An eye for an eye it is then. Or an eye for an eye it is then. By the way, there's something I hadn't told you yet. What is it? It's something I don't think you or Dr. Leskinen are aware of. Well, better be careful, Rintarou. Maho may be compromised now. Wait, what are you going to tell her? Something Maho and the professor don't know? About me? Or is ketchup on my... You know what? You know what? You know what? You know what? Yeah, that's directed at you. Does the phrase Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha mean anything to you? Hey! Now I am a redhead, well... You got me there. A few weeks ago, I'd actually searched for Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha on a whim. It was the handle Kurisu would use on @channel when she was still alive. An online nickname! It's rare for people to use online nicknames on boards like @channel. If a user does not pick a nickname, they'll simply be displayed as anonymous. From what I'd seen, the comment started in summer of 2008 and abruptly stopped in July of 2010. And then started up again in December of that same year. Even now, in July of 2011, they were still appearing. If it wasn't Kurisu's ghost, and it wasn't an imposter, then the one who could be writing those posts was... Rintarou Okabe, why don't we have a private chat? What is happening? I have no idea, Pika. So it was you after all? Don't you think it's a bad idea to not tell them? It's an even worse idea to tell Maho! Why? Because I haven't breathed a word to her about me going on that channel. Why hide it? It's not a crime to read or comment on that channel. Isn't that right? @channeler Kurisu? Listen, call me that one more time and I'll start making up gossip about you on that channel. That's practically a crime, though. I couldn't help but laugh. Conversations like this brought back so many memories. I used to be so full of myself that I'd tick off Kurisu all the time. Hey, what are you talking about? Nothing. Don't worry about it. Delete all your memories of today from your hippocampus, please. You can hide it, but she's gonna find out eventually. You just shut up. You two have gotten a lot closer over the last 6 months. Maho, I'm sorry. Huh? Why are you apologizing? No, just... It's been so long since you and Okabe have seen each other, and I'm doing all the talking. So, why don't you take some time and chat? That's not what I meant. It's all Okabe's fault for saying something weird, isn't it? Is that true, Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha? Oh boy. Say that again. Thank you. Please don't say that. Just like the real Kurisu, she was strangely obsessed with hiding the fact that she was an ant channeler. I need to go cool off a little, so I'm going to go hang up. Bye. Kurisu disappeared from the screen. She had been kind of rude lately, so it felt good to have a chance to get back at her. If I ever did it, she was probably going to hold a grudge, so this was likely a good place to stop. What's Kuri Gohan? If you really want to know, ask Kurisu. If I explained it, she'd probably get mad and refuse to talk to me again. So how long are you going to be staying here? It might be longer than last time. We barely know anything about the new encephalitis Dr. Leskinen is researching. It's possible I'll be sent back on my own too. If you got time, visit the lab. I'm sure Dado and Mayuri would love to see you. Mayuri, sure, but I don't know about Hashida. Maho is finally starting to understand Dado's true nature. Speaking of Dado, he should be on a date with Yuki Amane right now. By the way, what happened to Kurisu's laptop? I destroyed it. Why does she look like Motorcycle Girl? She doesn't, though. She doesn't, though. She's, like, way shorter. It was the best thing to do. I explained that to you before, didn't I? Yeah, you're right. She looked down, a sad expression on her face. I told her I was going to do it ahead of time, but it still must have upset her to see one of the last things she had to remember Kurisu by destroyed. Honestly, though, probably for the best. Hey, back to Suzuha's perspective. About half the seats at Go-Go Curry were full. It was Sunday, but it was also after 2 p.m., and so the lunchtime rush is over. Suzuha was sitting at the restaurant's far edge, baseball cap pulled down over her face. She was hiding her face with the cap and carefully watching a couple sitting nearby. Oh! She's being a wing woman. To Dado and Yuki. Licks motion, stop licking me! I don't approve! I don't consent! There you are, your Major Curry. Major Curry, one of the items on the Go-Go Curry menu. It consists of an extra large portion of rice, pork loin katsu, chicken katsu, hot dogs, fried shrimp, a tartar sauce, and a boiled egg. That sounds like a lot. Like, curry alone is already quite filling. Why do you need all that other stuff? A cheerful employee put down 2 giant silver plates, or trays more accurately, in front of them. Suzuha could see the other customers looking at them and whispering. The couple really stood out, after all. The man was a giant who looked like he ate Major Curry all the time, but the woman was slim, pretty, and looked very kind. The combination of huge man and slim woman was as unbalanced as the combination of pretty girl and Major Curry. The Major Curry was big. It was huge. Suzuha knew from experience. The massive silver trays were loaded with rice and curry, and topped with 2 fried cutlets, fried shrimp, sausage, a boiled egg, and a mountain of cabbage. There was 2 or 3 times as much curry as you'd find in a normal dish, and the toppings were just as big. Even a growing young boy would find it hard to eat them all. Hey, you released Pika! Pika, you're free! Suzuha was irritated. Why are you ordering Major Curry on your first date with her, Dad? The Beauty and the Beast couple that Suzuha was watching, of course, was Itaru and Yuki. In the morning, they'd gone to see a movie in Yurakucho, and then they'd come to Akihabara and gone straight to Go-Go Curry. Suzuha had followed them the whole time. That's why she couldn't believe Itaru's choice of date spots. I don't mind Go-Go Curry at all. In fact, I like it, but... This is your first date! There are other places you could have gone! She clutched her spoon tight and gritted her teeth. Suzuha knew next to nothing about Japanese youth culture in 2011, and even she knew it was a bad idea. Who knew what was going through Yuki's mind? Or so Suzuha thought. But... Hey, cute! Wow, it's even more amazing than the pictures! Surprisingly, Yuki was ignoring the people around her and instantly enjoying the huge curry. If you can't eat it all, I'll finish it for you, okay? Bold of you to assume I could be caught in the first place, but you're a Pokemon! Okay, thank you. But I'm actually pretty good at this. Yeah? That's a surprise. I actually would always just come and look at the menus outside. I always wanted to try this. I'm glad you brought me here. I'm glad to hear that. Suzuha had evidently worried over nothing, but still she realized that Ichido was acting strangely. Ever since he'd come out of the movie theater, he was walking and talking strangely. Instead of his usual hunched posture, he was forcing himself to stand up straight. His every move, it seemed oddly forced, as if he were a broken robot. And he downed glass after glass of water. Pika's in denial. That's what. Yep. I'm deferring to die on this one. Oh, I'm sorry. May I have some more water too? Oh, sure. Thank you. Ichido poured water into Yuki's cup. Suzuha had a bad feeling. She was right. Ichido was moving so awkwardly that he almost spilled water on her hand. Are you okay? My hand just got a little wet. Anyway, let's see before it gets cold, okay? Yuki quickly wiped down the table with her handkerchief and grabbed her fork and spoon. There were stars in her eyes. Okay, let's eat. Let's eat. When did I add this? Between last stream and this one. Yeah, between the last stream and this one. Glad you found that too, Pika. Yuki seemed to be really enjoying her meal, but Ichido was very formal and quiet. He was taking little nibbles out of a piece of fried cutlet like a squirrel eating a nut. Do you like it, Pika? The whole time, they weren't saying a word. What are you doing, Dad? Mom's not going to want to be around you if you're like that! She decided to send him a message on Ryan telling him to get his act together, and she'd just taken out her phone when... Here's your Major Curry with extra roux! A huge plate was laid on the table in front of her. The other customers started murmuring again. Come to think of it, when she'd followed them into the store, she'd ordered her usual Major Curry with extra roux and then forgotten about it. Now everybody's going to focus on her. In a small shop like this, it was suicide. Just as she expected, her eyes met Yuki's. Suzuha! I didn't realize you were here! Yeah, what a coincidence seeing you here, Yuki, brother. You should have said something. No, I didn't even notice you, really. She realized that she should probably leave, but she couldn't go without at least taking a bite of the Major Curry in front of her. Her experiences in the war had left her completely unable to waste food. She felt Yuki and Ichido staring at her as she reluctantly picked up her spoon. Anyway, yeah, you two enjoy yourselves. Her only choice was to finish her extra-large curry as soon as possible. She couldn't let herself be in the way. But instead, Yuki came over and picked up Suzuha's plate. Excuse me, can my friend sit with us? Sure, go ahead. She says it's okay. Let's all eat together. Wait, why? Why? Because you ordered Major Curry too. I think we did have a race. Hashida can be the judge. Now, before Suzuha could respond, Yuki had moved her plate over to their table. No, wait! Why are you sniffing Pika? She had no choice but to follow, but before she sat down, she whispered in Yuki's ear. You're on a date, right? Huh? Oh yeah, I'm on a date. It makes me blush when I say it aloud. Itaru didn't react at all. Even though she was sure he'd overheard that. I've never been on a date, so I don't know how they work, but, is it normal to have a curry speed eating contest with another girl in the middle of a date? No, Suzuha, it's not normal. I don't really know. But you see it a lot in anime and manga, don't you? You could lick me again. Don't! Cease! Desist! A little sister who doesn't want to lose her big brother runs up to the girlfriend and says, "Let's have a competition!" For some reason, Yuki seemed incredibly enthused. Suzuha was overwhelmed by her energy. I don't know anything about that. Is that how it works, brother? But even when she turned to Itaru for help, he just awkwardly sat there, eating his curry like a robot. Brother? He awkwardly turned his head to face her. The rest of him stayed completely still. Did you say something? You have ketchup on me? Well, yeah, I wonder who did that. I wonder why. What's wrong? You're acting weird. I am not acting weird. I am not acting weird at all. Suzuha glanced back at Yuki. And for the first time, Yuki looked concerned. In the end, Yuki and Suzuha did have their curry eating contest, and surprisingly, both of them completely finished their meals. Suzuha won by a very small margin, but the battle was exciting enough that not only the other customers, but the staff as well were applauding at the end. But the whole time, Itaru kept eating by himself. Since this wasn't even a conversation, let alone a date, she sent Itaru home alone. Part of her wanted to demand Itaru explain himself right now, but she decided to talk to Yuki instead. She tried her best to avoid Yuki so far in order to keep her identity a secret, but it was July now. She would be gone from this era very soon. This might be her last chance to talk to Yuki at all. I'm glad you were there. Yuki sighed a little after Itaru left. Maybe I did something to offend him. Hashi doesn't seem to enjoy being around me. You don't think he was just nervous? But he was having fun talking with me before the movie, you know? But after the movie, he started acting really strange. Did I do something wrong? I asked him to take me to the curry place, but since he was acting like that the whole time, I wasn't really sure what to do. And so, since you happened to be there, I turned to you for help. What had happened inside the theater? Suzuha hadn't followed them inside. She spent about 2 hours killing time outside. Hey. Why do you like my brother? Huh? I mean, maybe I shouldn't say this, but he's not exactly a lady killer. What do you think about your brother? Me? Do you like him? Hate him? You like him, right? I can tell by watching you. Well, sure. There were parts of him that she didn't like, but of course she loved her dad. Wait, why are we talking about me? So, what about you? I still don't really know if I like him or not. I see. Not only had Ichiru not told Yuki he liked her, this was still their first date, and they hadn't spoken that much before either. She hadn't even reached the point where she saw him as a member of the opposite sex. For almost a year, Suzuha had stayed with him, and she, Mairi, and Ferris had done everything they could to get the two of them together, but there hadn't been any real progress. Suzuha felt uneasy when she thought about the future. Maybe her dad wouldn't be her dad anymore. Maybe her mom wouldn't be her mom anymore. Dad and mom wouldn't be together. She imagined that future. I don't want that. She looked straight into Yuki's eyes. I'm going to be leaving soon. What? I'm moving someplace far away. Really? I don't think I'll be back. And I'm worried about my brother. So, Yuki, I know this is a weird thing for me to ask. And then she bowed deeply. Please take care of Itaru Hashida. It's almost like basically forcing people to get into a relationship makes it harder for one to develop naturally. Possibly? But also world line convergence. Like, it has to, I mean, it has to happen even without, like, without them trying, right? So. Hey, world line convergence is still a thing. There was no answer from Yuki. Suzuha looked up, afraid, and tried to gauge the expression on her face. She looked kind of lonely, and kind of sad. I don't know what I want to do. Yuki whispered, and then Suzuha. Ah, jeez. What are we going to do? Everything's almost finished, even though it's never even started. Harder, not impossible. Yeah. Turns into a fox and chases you. Chases who? Suzuha? As soon as she got back to the lab, she yelled at her useless father. Oh, Suzuha, I'm sorry. The Hashira family is doomed. Stop sitting there feeling sorry for yourself. This isn't funny. Start by explaining why you were acting that way today. You looked so excited when you left this morning. And Mom said you were normal until halfway through the movie. Yeah. So what the hell happened? Well, you see... Listen to this. You know how movie theater seats are cramped, right? So I tried to sit as far to the edge as I could so I wouldn't get in Amanishi's way. And then I heard this crack and the seat almost broke. What? And then I tried to support myself, so I grabbed the armrest. But it wasn't the armrest. It was Amanishi's hand. Yeah? Mom didn't say anything about that. I'm telling the truth. It was so soft, it couldn't have been an armrest. It was a girl's hand. It had to have been. I see. But you see, I felt a lot of 2D girls' hands, but never a real girl's. And what happened then? Amanishi's so nice. I guess she didn't try to shake it off because she didn't want to hurt me. But you know how fat I am, right? I sweat a lot. She must have gotten soaked. She didn't say a word. And so I really started to think about that. Oh, I see. That's why you were acting so weird. I'm sure in her mind, Amine, she was going, "Get off of me, you creepy loser pervert!" Mom's not like that. I'm sorry, you felt what? A girl's hand! In fact, from the way she was acting, she probably thought she'd upset him somehow. Problem is what she'd said. I don't know what I want to do. What does she mean by that? That is actually a very concerning line. I don't know what Mom's thinking. Let's give up a Mom and you can live with me. You're not making any sense. How am I even supposed to be born? But it's impossible. How come you're not even trying? Even if things look bad, you have to keep going. She grabbed her father by the collar and shook him. You don't? She remembered how sad Yuki had looked when they'd said goodbye. Otherwise, something awful will happen. Yeah. Suzuho was starting to wonder about leaving, especially now that she had even more to worry about. Maybe I shouldn't have talked to Yuki after all. She realized again how powerless she was, being from the future. Alright, back to Rintarou's perspective! He's felt a lot of 2D girls' hand. Oh! Yeah, how did he do that? I have no idea. I don't know. Magic? He's a super hacker, remember? The Global Brain Science Comprehensive Research Organization, Japanese office prep room in Wako City hadn't changed a bit in 6 months. Holy cow, that is a long name. The TGPSCROJOPRWC. It was still far from being what it needed to be, and still almost completely empty. There were rows and rows of empty desks. The amount of dust on the tables had perhaps increased. After Dr. Leskinen had left, it probably remained unused. Sorry to call you out here like this, Rintarou. It's fine. Oh, you're right, I forgot about the reaching inside the monitor part of hacking. Yes, I mean, haven't you played Persona 4? Dr. Leskinen had told me he wanted to update the Amadeus app to the latest version, so I'd come to his office after class. Maho had connected my phone to her PC to begin the process. Wait. He said it would only take 10 minutes, so I was sitting around and waiting. By the way, Rintarou, I know we discussed this before, but would you seriously consider being an exchange student? If it doesn't bother you, I'd be willing to write a recommendation letter. Of course, you need to pass the test and the interviews. I frantically straightened my posture. That's a very tempting offer, but... You haven't? Well, you should, Pika. And Onyx, for that matter. Y'all, everyone should play Persona 4. It's awesome. I don't think I've got the academic talent for it yet. My goal is to go to Victorchondria, and so I really don't want to screw it up. And so I was planning on really buckling down and studying for at least another year. Dr. Leskinen pursed his lips as I tried to stammer out an explanation. But soon... Okay. He patted me on the shoulder and smiled. I knew you were a very thoughtful young man. Really? No one's ever told me that before. Saying it was one thing, but maybe I was just a coward. There were times when you needed the courage to move forward without being afraid of failure. Is now one of those times? You would have already started playing Persona 4 Golden if Persona 4 or the E4R hadn't been announced. True. But then then again, maybe you should still play P4G, because it's still a fantastic game. So you'll try for it next year then? Yes, maybe. Did I miss my chance? Did Dr. Leskinen wait until next year? I started to get nervous. It's not good to obsess over things too much. I think even coming to visit would help your motivation. Visit? If the timing works out for you, we'd be willing to pay to have you visit. How about it? I can't believe you do that for me. Thank you. Of course, I don't know when I'll be heading back to America next, so I can't say exactly as to when it'll be. Right. I bowed my head in gratitude. Meeting Dr. Leskinen was a real lucky break for me. By chance, my eyes met Maho's. For some reason, her smile was a little sad. She quickly looked away and went back to her work. Maho was staying in a business hotel a few stops down from Wako City. She said she deliberately avoided staying in the same hotel as last time. It's not quite as convenient, though. You know, why not clean up a little? She hadn't spent that much time in Japan and was already messy. Clean up? I've got everything laid out in the most efficient manner for my use. Which meant she was refusing the hotel's cleaning service. You know, that's why you're never getting a boyfriend, right? I could hear Kurisu from my phone. She was annoyed. After the app updated, I left Amadeus running. Nobody asked you! Any normal person would be embarrassed to invite someone over to a room like this. Ugh. Well, cleaning wasn't a specialty of mine either. It wouldn't be right to give her too much of a hard time. So, what did you want to talk about? I'd come to Maho's hotel because she said she wanted to talk to me about something. I wouldn't have minded talking about it in the office, but she insisted on speaking alone in her hotel room. I knew she didn't mean anything by it. After knowing her for half a year, I knew she wasn't the type. Maho looked like she was having trouble finding the words she wanted to say. You still haven't told me the truth about what happened to Kurisu. I quickly shut down the Amadeus app. And I want to ask you about the time machine, too. Time machine? You're the one who said that Kurisu was involved in Dr. Nakabachi's paper. Was she really working on a time machine? How should I answer that? Last time, she'd been trying to decrypt Kurisu's laptop. I was willing to tell her what I'd experienced in order to get her to stop. In the end, I'd lost the chance, though. But things were different now. Kurisu's laptop was gone. There was no reason to bring it up anymore. But then Maho said something I didn't expect. Actually, I've been researching a time machine for the last 6 months, along with my normal research. What? I thought that if Kurisu could do it, so could I. It's just a silly rivalry. Maybe I'm just being stubborn. But, you know? If I could make a time machine, I told myself, maybe I could save Kurisu. Don't! This was awful. Why bring it up now? Maho was still haunted by Kurisu's death just as much as I was. Don't get any stupid ideas. Okabe? Don't try to save Kurisu Makise. Still think she's not Motorcycle Sugirl? No, she's too short, and, well, I really don't want to be the one to bring this up, but her boobs are not the same size. She does not have the same curves as the other one. The other one was much closer to, like, Moeka's, like, body shape than, Maho's, for sure. It's impossible. The laws of God won't allow it. And I was right. I was right. You know something, don't you? Maho got closer to me. Did she really do it? Did Kurisu really make a time machine? You used it to become humanity's first time traveler, didn't you? I know you did! Do you have any proof of that? I pretended to remain calm. Maho seemed shocked at her own words. I'm sorry. I'm being weird. I can't believe I said something so delusional. Hyojo? Maho started to cry. I didn't know what to do when she started crying right in front of me. What's gotten into me? I didn't mean to cry. She used her fingers to wipe away the tears. She seemed pretty unstable. I could sense a lot more fragility than I'd seen before. She looked like she'd been psychologically pushed to the limit. All the things she'd experienced must have taken a toll on her. When we were talking on video chat, I hadn't seen any signs of that at all. Sorry, you may have... Kiki just jumped into a box. Unpleasant it is to mention, it is a pretty clear factor for identity. Yes, that is true. Yeah. Her bust size was a dead giveaway that it wasn't Maho. Should I tell her? If she was researching a time machine, that was a bad sign. She might start looking into things that open doors that should remain closed. If that was the case, I should tell her what I experienced, and then have her give up, just like I did. Jumps in box. Oh boy. Watch out for Kiki. Don't crush Kiki. Fine. I'll tell you what I experienced. Promise me you won't tell anyone. And I'll say this one more time. Don't get any ideas about saving Kurisu Makise. Got it? She nodded as she wiped away the tears. I told her about the events in the Alpha World Line, about the time machine, about reading Steiner, about the method of sending memories back through time that I called a time leap, about how Kurisu had developed a time leap machine that made this possible, about Suzuha Amane, the time traveler from the year 2036, about the future Suzuha had told us about and the Third World War, and about how the race to develop a time machine would set off that war. I told her all these things, as matter-of-factly as I could. As for how Kurisu died, I couldn't tell her that. When I told her everything, she fell silent for a bit. She took a deep breath, frowned, and rubbed her temples. Licks Kiki and Fox. Because she would actually probably enjoy that. My head hurts. You don't need to believe it all. You can think I'm crazy if you want. It doesn't bother me. But if you insist on continuing to research a time machine and save Kurisu Makise, I'll do whatever I have to do in order to stop you. So give up on any ideas you've got. Stop pushing yourself so hard. I was about to say more, but Maho put her hand up to stop me. Let me get all this straight in my head a little more. This reading Steiner you told me about, it's not the new encephalitis? The symptoms match what Dr. Leskinen told me about. That's true. It might be. I still don't know whether I should tell him or not. It may just confuse him for no good reason. What do you think? Don't ask me, please. Maho is still massaging her temples with her fingers. That's true. Sorry. Did you really destroy Kurisu's laptop? Yeah, I did. Did you see what was on it? I didn't know how to crack the password. There was no way I could. Even Daru said he couldn't do it. There was no way I could do it on my own. Did you read the original paper on the time machine that Kurisu wrote? No. Maho kept asking me questions. She seemed to be in some kind of strange hurry. Do you know how Kurisu made her time machine? The basic ideas. Could you recreate it? I don't know. Maybe with Daru's help. So you could, right? It would be difficult to do on my own. What about me? Don't even think about it. Maho suddenly grimaced as if she was in pain. I realized how pale she was. Hyojo, are you okay? Did she really have a headache or something? You want to lie down? But she shook her head and kept asking questions. Where is the time machine now? The one that Suzuha used. Where is it? Where? I wasn't sure if I should say without Suzuha's permission. Akihabara. Maho looked so desperate that I found myself answering her question. It's still there, on top of the radio building. I see. Her shoulders slumped and her head drooped. I was worried that she might ask to see it for herself, but maybe she really was sick. Are you really okay? I put my hand on her shoulder and looked at her face. You should rest for today. There was no warning at all. Maho's tiny body slammed into me. The force was enough to push me back to the wall. What are you? Before I knew what was happening, her arm was against my throat. Uh-oh. Did a time leap happen? Similar to, like, what happened to... Oh, no! She was using the bone in her arm to put pressure on my windpipe. I couldn't breathe or speak. I twisted my body and tried to resist, still clueless as to what was going on. Then she used her other hand to grab my head and slam it back into the wall. Her strength was incredible. I was a lot bigger than she was, but still I couldn't escape her grasp. I'm sorry, Okabe. Her voice was very dark and very cold. And suddenly she moaned again, and her face twisted in pain. My head feels like it's about to explode! She was crying again. Why? Why did you tell me? You shouldn't have said anything! I couldn't escape. I grabbed onto her long hair and tried to pull her away, but she didn't move at all. It was as if she felt no pain. My phone had been vibrating in my pocket for a while now. I desperately grabbed for it. I pressed the button without even looking at the screen. Please answer, Kurisu. Okabe? Kurisu! I was blacking out. Was I going to die here? Without even knowing why Maho was trying to kill me? But... the whole time she was strangling me, Maho looked like she was in so much pain. And wait, was she still crying? Before I could figure out if her tears were real or an act, I passed out. When I woke up, my throat hurt. I tried to cover my mouth with my hands, but something was keeping them from moving. Yeah, special treatment. I opened my eyes and saw that I was sitting in some kind of chair with my head facing downwards. I slowly raised my head. My hands were tied to the armrest with zip ties. When I tried to break out, the ties dug into my skin and hurt very badly. I tried looking around. It was a room I'd never seen before. There were machines that looked like they belonged in the operating room of a hospital. But the wall was also lined with monitors, like some kind of guard room or control room. I couldn't see any windows, so I had no idea where I was. Someone. My throat hurt when I tried to talk, and then I remembered that Maho had almost killed me. Why had she done that? I felt more confused than angry. Hello, Rintarou. You're awake? I heard footsteps and saw a wavering shadow beneath the dim fluorescent lights in front of me. I knew that voice. What? Leskinen? How do you feel? If you're thirsty, I can get you some water. When I looked again, I saw that he wasn't alone. There were several men behind him in black suits. They were looking at me without saying a word. All of them were holding guns. They looked like MIBs and reminded me of the foreigners I'd almost ran to at Daru Shop 6 months ago. Or was it in the same group? Or was it the same group? What's going on here? There were a lot of things I wanted to ask, but more than anything, I wanted to know why Dr. Leskinen wasn't helping me. Of course, the first thing that came to mind was the obvious answer. It was Dr. Leskinen who had put me here, and Maho had captured me under his orders. But I didn't want to think about that. Where are we? So all I could ask was a stupid question like that. I was right. You truly are a treasure trove of information. Right now, you're as valuable as the President of the United States. He didn't answer me, but he showed me a satisfied smile. I could feel alarm bells going off in my head. I was getting more suspicious of Dr. Leskinen. Am I imprisoned here? It would be more accurate to say you're under our protection. Once your value becomes clear, there'll be a lot of people coming after you. Did you order this, Dr. Leskinen? That's right. I made the decision. After hearing about your information from Maho. Most people are currently. Yeah, most people. Yeah. You're so right, Pika. Most people are more valuable than the President of the United States right now. Where is Hyojo? Resting in her hotel room, I'd imagine. Did Hyojo become my friend in order to extract information from me? That wasn't her original intent. In the end, that's how it ended up, though. And you too? Were you nice to me because you were after something? Just who are you? Now, please calm down. I've told you before, haven't I? A scientist must remain calm at all times. Excitement is only allowed when the experiment is a success. Instead of feeling calm, Dr. Leskinen's attitude was pissing me off. I felt betrayed. There was rage, frustration, sorrow, and a lot of other feelings all mixed together as I gritted my teeth.
How did this happen?
Good question! How did this happen? Dr. Leskinen ignored me and gave me a brief order in English to the other men. They left the room. Only Dr. Leskinen and I remained. Now then, Rintarou. I'll tell you about my other job. Your other job? It was then that I remembered the other world line that I'd been sent to. Shibayama had told me that an American organization had demanded that I be turned over. Are you with the CIA? The NSC? But Dr. Leskinen only chuckled. Don't compare me to those idiots. They're just a bunch of useless government employees. Are you aware of an American civilian intelligence company called Strategic Focus? Strategic Focus? I'd heard of them before on a conspiracy theory site that the old me used to read all the time. Stratfor? Official name, Strategic Focus. An American civilian intelligence company, sometimes called the Shadow CIA. It has its own independent intelligence network that it uses to gather and analyze security information from around the globe. And many famous companies and military organizations sit on its board of advisors. They are a for-profit company, with completely different ideals and policies from groups like Anonymous, who crack classified information, or WikiLeaks, which publishes public interest information from whistleblowers. There is a real information brokerage company named Strategic Forecasting Incorporated based out of Texas. This company bears no relationship whatsoever with Strategic Focus. I remembered reading that they'd acquired not top secret information on Russian ballistic missiles that even the CIA couldn't get, and then sold it. The result was the destruction of the CIA's reputation, and at the same time, the total reorganization of Russia's military strategy. I'd even heard rumors that during the Gulf and Iraq wars, they'd obtain information about the warring countries faster than anyone and spread it as needed. The world's governments supposedly called them the Shadow CIA. You work for Stratfor? But I thought you were the chief researcher at the Brain Science Institute. You were the umbrella corporation that created mutated zombies? Hold on, I'm sorry, what is this a reference to? I'm not sure. That's my real job, of course. By the way, I often run into people who tell me the exact same things. They tell me that humans are just monkeys that murder each other. The human brain and the development of the neocortex are what gives rise to crazy religions and crazy ambitions. And that's why there are wars. But every time I hear that, I think to myself, that's stupid. It's nonsense. Who could believe something so silly? So why do humans fight all these useless wars then? Do you know, Rintarou? It's for resources. It's because of information. All human beings are part of a certain community, a certain colony, if you will. Each individual thinks he's acting on his own, but in fact, all our brains are connected by the information distributed by our community. Are you gonna name drop the collective unconscious here? And thus, we are forced to live as members of our herd, whether we like it or not. Let me give you an example. Well, as examples go, it's not the best, but... The worst massacre in history, which was carried out by a certain European country, did not take place during the dark ages of the witch trials. Are you going to talk about the Holocaust? It was halfway through the 20th century, in a time when the atomic bomb already existed. And the country that carried it out was one of the most civilized on Earth. We'll leave the question of their leader's sanity to the historians, but... what about the people who are actually on the ground doing the killing? Were they simply murderous monkeys? No, they were people like any others you might find. Oh, Resident Evil. Oh, really? That's from Resident Evil? Oh, fair enough. Speaking as a brain scientist, I'm certain that if I were to examine one of their brains, I'd find nothing wrong with them at all. But once they receive the wrong information, their brains became capable of murder without remorse. The wrong information? This is our job. We are in the right. And anyone who does not obey is evil. That information. What are you trying to say? There needs to be someone who can control the information given to these fragile things we call brains. He's talking about censorship, isn't he? And that is the ultimate goal of strategic focus. Umbrella Corporation versus bad guys? Okay, fair enough. I haven't actually played any of the Resident Evil games, so I wasn't aware. As I am in complete agreement with that goal, I work as an agent for them in addition to being a brain scientist. Do you understand? I don't. That's just the kind of monologue a villain gives in the movies. In the end, all you're doing is selling information for money! You said I'm a treasure trove of information, right? Who are you going to sell information on the time machine to? America? China? Or the war zones in Africa and the Middle East? All of them. Leskinen shrugged his shoulders and quietly laughed. Oh, okay, so you're gonna be causing World War III then. It's just like nuclear weapons. Every nation needs them to act as a restraint against the others. Time machines aren't like nuclear weapons. No one even realizes that they've been used. The whole world might change without even the person who used it knowing. There's no way to restrain their use. The world will just keep changing and changing with no one knowing which country altered the world line or how. That's right. A time machine is a far more delicate thing than a nuclear weapon. That's why we need your power. All of you people, I should say. You called it reading Steiner, as I recall. It seems to have the same symptoms as the new encephalitis. That's right. Leskinen was reaching the new encephalitis, too. We'd reached the point where we'd realized that patients may be capable of detecting changes to the past. But we wanted proof. So does every intelligence agency in the world. They're desperately searching. I hated myself for not realizing the possibility sooner. I'd always had the wrong idea. I thought that the reason the new encephalitis patients were being brought together was just to give them meaningless treatment. But I was naive. Too naive. So they are using... So they aren't just giving the treatment, they are just extracting information out of them! I knew it! I called it! Leskinen and Stratford's goal was to gather people with reading Steiner and study them. Maho just told me all about your amazing abilities. I had originally just hoped to get information about Kurisu's successes. But instead we even got information on the new encephalitis. You are wonderful. This puts us a step ahead of the rest of the world. And why didn't you tell me about this sooner? If you had, I wouldn't have had to do so many things to your friend Katsumi's brain. What? Katsumi. Katsumi Nakase. Did he mean Fubuki? And I wouldn't have to use the procedure on Maho's brain either. Even Hyojo? Was that why she was acting so weird? She's your assistant, right? She respected you! She looked up to you! How could you use her in a human experiment? It was necessary to acquire information that will benefit all of humanity. And there's no need to panic. Both Maho and Katsumi will survive with only minor impairments to their brain functionality. You're insane! For the first time, I felt hatred for and fear of the man in front of me. I couldn't believe that this was the same man I'd respected so much. If we investigate the brains of patients who've contracted reading Steiner, I'm sure we'll learn more. If we can sell that in a set along with the time machines, we can maintain the military balance of power across the world. We can avoid war. I want your cooperation too. Yeah, as soon as he found it was over her, yep. Leskinen's mannerisms hadn't changed a bit, even as he spoke of these horrifying things. He spoke of these insane things in the same manner that Maho once described as a mischievous child's. You tricked me, didn't you? You approached me just because I was friends with Kurisu. You tried to get information about Kurisu from me! I don't think I ever tricked you. It was a coincidence that we first met. It's true that a major reason I asked you to test Amadeus was your relationship with Kurisu. But it's also true that as I got to know you, I really did take an interest in you. I still wish you could be my assistant. But that's a separate matter. Remember what I said? You're as valuable as the President of the United States himself right now. I need to prioritize the company's work over my private feelings. For the sake of humanity's future peace. I'm sorry, Rintarou, but at the same time, I'm excited. I can't wait to see all the information you possess. Go to hell. I'm going to take a copy of your memory data. Your memories are going to be used in the Amadeus system. Interesting idea, right? That way, even if you die in an unfortunate accident, your memories will remain. Oh, don't worry. I'm not interested in killing you. Humans have far weaker security than Amadeus. Once they taste pain, they'll gladly share information to escape it. Their security, when it comes to keeping secrets, is practically non-existent. Torture doesn't work on Amadeus, which means it will be far more difficult to deal with than you. The only reason I'm taking the memory data is to have a backup. Even if, for example, you were unable to endure the torture and went insane, in the near future, we'll be able to download your memories back into your brain. You attended my lecture, so you know this, right? We'll start by getting that memory data. And then you're going to tell me all kinds of things. We're going to be busy. Now relax. Otherwise, I can't extract the data correctly. Leskinen. You! Don't make that face. No one is coming to help you. This place is under Stratford's control. No one knows about it but us. No one. I was too stunned to think. There's nowhere to run. My knees shook in terror as I imagined what was about to happen to me. Maybe it would have been better to die. And then I felt sick as I remembered that I was fated not to die until 2025. If no amount of torture could kill me, this was literally hell. Oh, be quiet, Orville! This isn't the time! This isn't the time! And, also, yeah, thank you, Pika. Thank you. We're actually gonna end things off here, I think. I think this is a good time. I think this is a good place to end it. You know, it's been 4.5 hours, you know.
How's the game going, Boomer?
Well, game's going good. Things are continuing to accelerate. It's actually kind of crazy how much things are accelerating. Oh, hey. Yo.
Brothers 2 ROM hack, super.
Okay, yeah, I don't know why something was playing. I hate when things autoplay. But yeah. So yeah, so we're gonna end things off here. You know what? Ariel's playing 100 line. Let's go from one visual novel to another. I wonder what ending she's doing. Or I wonder what route she's doing. Because that's... There's no way this is... No. Is this the Ava route? I'm not sure. I guess we'll have to see. But yeah, thank you everyone for watching. Things are accelerating pretty quickly, aren't they? I don't know, man. This is nuts. Oh boy, yeah, this is nuts. Oh boy. And this time, there is no flowchart to save us. Indeed. Now what do we do? But hey, I'm gonna take you. I'm gonna take you to a stream where there is a flowchart that can save you. Because, you know, it's 100 line, you know, because it's an Uchikoshi game, so it has to have it's basically contractually obligated to have a flowchart. But anyway. But yeah. Thank you everyone for watching. I'll see you next time, whenever that is, for more Steins Gate or Splatoon or whatever it is. Take care, y'all.